Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV, bringing you the latest updates on the Iran war. And President Trump has announced that the U.S. has attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship, nearly 900 feet long. So we want to bring you the latest updates on that and possible peace talks. Possible that could happen this week. I don't know if this incident with the ship is going to impact this. And other updates, and we're going to take your comments and questions on the air. So you can reach me at Lookner on X. And thank you so much to our moderators who are here. We have Roberts Mayqueen and Janet B. moderating right now. And let's see here. Hang on a moment here. Roberts Mayqueen, Janet B. moderating over there on YouTube, and on Twitch we have Matthew Kohai 3 is moderating there. Thank you, Matthew Kohai 3. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and we have our Facebook mods as well. Give me one moment here. Just happened before I was about to come out in the air. I had to redo the title and everything. Andrea Holder moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you. Thanks, Juliana Martin and Diane Allworth for subscribing there. Okay, so here is what President Trump said. Some of you have seen this already, but if you haven't, here's what President Trump said. Allworth for well, you're going to hear two of me for a second. That's not it. That's it right there. There it is. President Trump says today an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named TOUSKA, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tusca in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tusca is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. So they didn't just stop and board the ship, they blew a hole in the engine room. Is this the first to happen? I mean, there have been cases, in Venezuela when the U.S. was doing some sort of blockade in Venezuela, they seized ships. I don't recall if with Venezuela any of the ships were attacked by the U.S. That's a good question. I don't remember any kind of attack like this. Yeah, I mean, again, the U.S. has attacked dozens of those small, that they claim are narco trafficking, small boats. But again, I don't recall recently anything like this. I may be forgetting, though. All right, so we're going to take some comments from you guys. I'm going to show you something about this ship and where it was. Another thing is President Trump had said that he is sending a negotiation team to Pakistan that's supposed to get there tomorrow night for peace talks. Iranian state media had said before this incident today that the U.S. that Iran had not yet committed to going to those talks. I do wonder if this will make it less likely that Iran would want to show up for peace talks. Okay. So, I have to do the thing where I'm sorry. What happens is YouTube has this problem and it still exists. They're working on fixing it where I set the stream, you set the stream to not run ads during the stream, and you set it that way before the stream, but no matter what settings you set before the stream, YouTube automatically changes it when the stream starts to show ads during the stream. So every stream I have to remember to go back and then change it back, even though I already had it set that way. And I know they're working on fixing it, but I forgot. So people said, hey, I got an ad. So I just changed it back. Again, I'm sorry, there's been a couple of months of that, but I can't, I mean, I know they're working on it, but they haven't fixed it yet. It's not, I mean, it's not my fault. I have told them repeatedly about this and they know. But anyways, I just fixed it. All right, so let's look at the ship itself here. And let's show you some information about the ship. So it's called the Tusca. You can see this is marine traffic, the Tusca. It's a container ship. It's about 900 feet long. It's an Iranian container ship flying under the Iranian flag. And then here's where it is. So this ship was going. Now I don't know what's the distance here. Distance to the coast? Yeah, so my guess is that it was in international waters off the coast of Iran. Off the coast of Iran or Pakistan? Where's the border? No, it's off the coast of Iran. And right now, the ship it's underway using engine. 5.5 knots speed. And it was going along today, and you can see what happens is it slows down. I don't know where it was hit, and now it is turned around. Oh, the Marines have it now. So you can see it was slowing down, and then now it is going this way. Now, President Trump says that the U.S. gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen. And then the Navy blew a hole in the engine room. We obviously don't have the details of who said what to whom. I would be interested to know. I have no idea. Is there other ways that the U.S. could have stopped this ship besides blowing a hole in its engine room? Is this or was this sort of the standard procedure they've been following for all ships, but in the case of this ship, it went farther than the other ships? Or was there some kind of order saying we got to be more hardline with these ships? Or I can't speak to any of that, but I'm not going to start drawing conclusions about what happened because we have so little information. Did it sink? No, it hasn't sunk. The Marines have custody of it. President Trump didn't say anything about it sinking. I don't know. All I know is President Trump said they blew a hole in the engine room, for whatever that's worth. So I don't know. I can't tell you beyond that what the damage to the ship is. All right, now give me a moment here. Let's just get clear on what's going on. So this is the ship here. And let me check a couple things here. By the way, so President Trump posted about that at, well, the exact time he posted about the ship being attacked and captured was 3:23 p.m. At 9 minutes before that, 9 minutes before President Trump posted about that, the White House press pool reported that the White House had called a travel photo lid at, well, actually, forget what I said, but 9 minutes before. President Trump posted about this at 3:23 p.m. At 3 p.m., so about 20 minutes before he posted, according to the White House press pool, the White House called a travel photo lid. No further updates have been given about the president's plans for the rest of the day. So at 3 p.m. they called the lid, which means he's not expected to appear on camera. But no further updates were given about his plans for the rest of the day. So again, they could change that and he could do something on camera. I don't know. But we don't have any kind of official reporting about what's going on with him the rest of the day because, as I just told you, they called the travel photo lid and no further updates have been given about his plans the rest of the day. And actually, the official schedule today that I read last night, his official schedule only had one item on it. 8 a.m. I'll see if I can get this on the screen for you. But there was only an 8 a.m. Event on his schedule. That's it. So his schedule was just basically blank for the day. So this was the schedule right here for today. You can see there's one event on it. 8 a.m. executive time. President participates in executive time, which is regularly on his schedule, the White House. And nothing else. So we don't know, now he could be doing all kinds of things. He could be having meetings. He could be relaxing. He could be dealing with the ship. He could be doing other things. But again, there's no reporting right now, and press has not been told anything about his schedule today. Justin Barton says maybe a press conference / update tomorrow. By the way, I'll say this. We regularly talk in the chat about, will something happen over the weekend when the markets are closed? Well, we've had some stuff happen over the weekend. We had, when was it? Well, yesterday, Iran closed the strait and attacked several ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And now we have the U.S. attacking and seizing an Iranian cargo ship. One of the viewers said, hold on a second here. One of the viewers said, did it matter that it was a sanctioned ship? I don't know. I don't know what relevance its being a previously sanctioned ship had to this. The blockade is for ships going to and from Iran, but I believe there were some additional features of the blockade that were added to it, mentioning sanctioned ships. So again, we don't have, this is literally all we have on this incident, what you see in front of you, at least as far as I've seen. Now, there might be some reporting out there in the last few minutes that I need to check on. But, it is what it is. So this does not tell you what role it's being sanctioned was in its being stopped. It just tells you the bare fact that Trump said it was under U.S. Treasury sanctions. So I certainly understand the various questions, and I would like to get you more information, and I will try to. One of the viewers said, Ariana said, could it be a setup? Look, I have no idea. Maybe could it be the case that the Trump administration decided to attack and seize a cargo ship as some sort of escalation that they didn't want to do before? Sure, it could. Maybe it had nothing to do with that. I have no idea. Maybe the exact situation with this ship happened with other ships earlier and it didn't play out this way. So I don't know if this is some kind of planned escalation or not. It's a good question. I can't tell you. Where did it come from? It looks like it came from Southeast Asia, it looked like. The original Malaysia came from Malaysia. And it was in Malaysia about 6 days ago, April 13th. And it's been traveling from Malaysia. It looks like it was going to Iran. I'm not sure though. Was there destination information on it? Now it says PG port pod. I don't know what that means. I have to look that up. That might have gotten changed in the last few minutes. Persian Gulf port of discharge, I guess it means. It is often a placeholder. Gemini AI says PG port pod is often a placeholder awaiting more information. All right, so again, let's show you what President Trump said. My stream is fine on YouTube. Some people on YouTube said they have buffering. I'm looking at it and I'm not getting any buffering. If you're having buffering, I would recommend you refresh. Many viewers are saying no buffering. One of the viewers said, refuse to stop isn't normal. I wonder what was on board. Look, also I got to say, I don't know what the exact interaction was. President Trump said they refused to listen. I mean, a 900-foot long cargo ship is not going to escape from a U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer. So, I can't imagine that on the Iranian ship they were like, hey, let's not stop. Let's lose these guys. They're never going to say that. That's not what happened. So I'd be interested in knowing exactly what happened. But I can't imagine that they thought they would escape the ship. So I would like to know more about what exactly that conversation was. Now, FJL says they were hoping that the U.S. would just let them go. I mean, that could be the case. I don't know that they would hope that or that they would think that, though, given that the U.S. has been vocal about this blockade and has said that I think over 20 ships had been turned around. The other thing is, who knows? Maybe they had orders on that ship to just not stop for anyone. Who knows? Maybe Iran felt that they wanted to see what would happen if a ship didn't stop. Maybe Iran, the leadership, doesn't mind if the U.S. attacks and seizes a cargo ship because they feel it serves whatever political ends they have? It's a good question. But again, I would be careful of drawing conclusions about what happened. We just know very, very little. Veronica says, maybe we'll have some radio transmissions soon. So let's go over again what President Trump said. Today, an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Tusca, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The U.S. Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tusca in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, the U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tusca is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. Now, let me check something. Let me just check something here. One of the viewers had asked about Iranian reactions, so I need to check, because I haven't even had time to check Iranian media and see if anyone is saying anything about this there. Could this happen with more ships? I am not seeing anything about it yet in Iranian state media. I'm looking at a bunch of Iranian state media outlets, and I don't see a peep about it yet. I'm sure we'll hear something more about it soon. Let's see here. Hold on. This doesn't mention, there was just a quote in Iranian state media. It doesn't mention the attack on the ship. My guess it was maybe made before the attack on the ship was publicized. But this was just posted by Tasneem, Iran state media. And it said the Iranian ambassador to Pakistan says, this must be about the U.S., you cannot continue to violate international law, escalate your blockade, threaten Iran with more war crimes, insist on your irrational demands, outdo others with unnecessary rhetoric, and pretend to pursue diplomacy. As long as the naval blockade continues, the gaps will widen. Our viewer Warhand says, let's see if they'll try to send another boat through. I am just checking for more here. Give me a moment. So in case you didn't see it, let's go back and and talk about what President Trump had said earlier today about peace talks. So earlier today, oh, by the way, a quick thank you to Debbie James. Thanks so much, Debbie, for moderating and for the memberships. I really appreciate that, Debbie. Also, G Money Food Stamps, thank you so much. Corib 2025, thank you. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thank you. Also, hang on a moment here. Patton Clan over on Twitch. Thanks for subscribing. Also, Nummy Yummy, thanks for your support on Twitch. Okay, so earlier today, President Trump had said, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the UK. That was nice, wasn't it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced that they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. Again, to be clear, the blockade is not a blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It is a blockade of ships going to and from Iran. Anyways, President Trump says they're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that lose with the closed passage, $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up complements of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. So President Trump again threatening to blow up all of the power plants and bridges, which he has threatened before. Now, after this, Iranian state media had reported that Iran had not committed to actually going to these negotiations. So let me show you some of what Iranian state media said. For example, this is Fars News. Get this on the screen for you. This is Fars State Media, Iran. Here's what they had to say this morning. They said, among other things, these talks come at a time when sources inside Iran say Iran has not yet made a decision on whether or not to participate in the next round of negotiations, and the overall atmosphere cannot be assessed as very positive. Another source told Fars that Iran will not consider the second Islamabad meeting as long as the U.S. naval blockade continues. Again, this is state media. Fars is close to the Revolutionary Guard. All right, so they said that. And then another state media outlet, which is IRNA. I should see if IRNA still has this posted. IRNA is Iranian state media. Do they still have this up? All right. Let's see here. Let me show you what they posted earlier. I'm not seeing anything in contradiction to this. Earlier today, IRNA, which is Iranian state media, said, denial of published news about the second round of talks in Islamabad. IRNA, the news published about the second round of talks in Islamabad is not true. According to IRNA's foreign policy correspondent, America's excessive demands, unreasonable and unrealistic demands, frequent changes in positions, constant contradictions, and the continuation of the so-called naval blockade, which is considered a violation of the ceasefire agreement, along with threatening rhetoric, have so far hindered the progress of the negotiations, and in these circumstances, there is no clear prospect for fruitful negotiations. The news published by the United States is their media game and is part of the blame game to pressure Iran. And again, that was posted, the things I just showed you from state media, those were posted before the news came out that the U.S. had attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship. So I don't know if these negotiations are happening. Unclear. Reuters' Idris Ali, national security correspondent, just said the same thing. Will the talks continue after this incident with the U.S. attacking and seizing an Iranian cargo ship? Hey, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Again, so President Trump said that he is sending a team of negotiators, and they're going to be in Islamabad tomorrow night. And I believe the White House said the team was, where is it here? J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, who were there last time. Will the talks still happen will the talks still happen, I'll say planned for Wednesday? Will the talks planned for Tuesday, Wednesday in Pakistan still happen? And remember, Iran still hadn't even agreed to these talks before the news about the ship came out. I don't know what's going to happen. All right, I am posting this poll right now. And let's see here. Hang on. I am getting this posted. I don't think well, I have to check that. If they're going to get there tomorrow night, I can't imagine they've left there already. But, you know, to get them there by tomorrow night, you need to know fairly soon if these talks are happening. Maybe they'll just go anyway. Okay, so I asked you guys, hold on a second here. as you think about it. There again is the path of the ship that got attacked and seized by U.S. All right, so let's see what you guys said over on YouTube. I asked, will these talks that President Trump said are going to happen in Pakistan, are they still going to happen? On YouTube, 73% say no. By the way, let me remind you, the ceasefire expires on Wednesday. Just a reminder, the ceasefire expires on Wednesday. Okay, 72% say no over there on YouTube. The ceasefire between Iran, Israel, and U.S. I don't know what time. On Facebook, oh, I never posted the poll on Facebook. I just posted it on Facebook, so we'll see what Facebook says. And it is now it is posted on Twitch. What does Twitch have to say about this? %, 79%. So very close. Over 70% on both YouTube and Twitch think the talks will not happen. April 22nd is when the ceasefire ends. That's Wednesday. Daniel Lombard says it would be a complete waste of jet fuel to fly there. Didn't the U.S. just end it, said KTEB? I don't know if under the terms of the ceasefire, there's no ceasefire document. There's no official document that's been signed. There's claims about it on both sides. Given that the terms of the ceasefire are not clear, I cannot tell you whether the U.S. Blowing a hole in the engine room of a tanker of an Iranian cargo ship in international waters is a violation of the ceasefire. Roy thinks the U.S. delegation will show up to punch in, and that's it. Fly Industman says, I expect there to be talks, but in secret and behind a very thick curtain. Another public J.D. Vance-like effort would be too embarrassing. Thanks for the gift sub, whoever gave a gift sub on Twitch, by the way. All right, I appreciate you voting in our poll. So you guys, most of you think that there's not going to still be talks. On Facebook, it was 80% no on Facebook. 80% no. There was some confusion this morning. This morning, President Trump had said to a reporter, to Jonathan Karl, that J.D. Vance was not going to the peace talks, but then the White House later said that he was going to the peace talks. I haven't yet seen, I'm still looking for, I don't have an official reaction yet to this incident, this tanker incident. I have yet to see anything in Iranian media about it. So it'll be interesting to see how Iran responds to this news. Again, if you missed it, President Trump said, oops, no, we want the current one. Hold on, let me just put this up this way. I got to do it this way. One moment. Let's see if this works. There. President Trump said, today an Iranian-flagged cargo ship named Tusca, nearly 900 feet long and weighing almost as much as an aircraft carrier, tried to get past our naval blockade, and it did not go well for them. The United States Navy guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted the Tusca in the Gulf of Oman and gave them fair warning to stop. The Iranian crew refused to listen, so our Navy ship stopped them right in their tracks by blowing a hole in the engine room. Right now, U.S. Marines have custody of the vessel. The Tusca is under U.S. Treasury sanctions because of their prior history of illegal activity. We have full custody of the ship and are seeing what's on board. Molly Morgan says, is it sinking? I have no information on the status of the ship besides what you see in front of you. Yesterday we had mentioned this. The Wall Street Journal yesterday had reported that the U.S. military was preparing in coming days to board Iran-linked oil tankers and seize commercial ships in international waters in an attempt to force the regime to step up economic pressure on the regime and force it to reopen the strait and make concessions on its nuclear program. Again, this is an Iranian-flagged tanker. Dystopian News says, I wonder if the crew is okay. Perfectly reasonable question. We do not know at this point. I'm going to check for some different updates on this. Oh, the oil market. We need an oil market clock. We have to put our oil market clock up. All right, give me a moment here. Oh, everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. We have this thing up. Oh, we have to get that out of there. Hang on a second here. we have to get the oil market clock up. Now, what did I do with it? Give me a second here. There it is. All right, give me a second, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this clock up. It's almost there. It's almost ready. I got to just do two more things and say oil market opens in okay. No, that's obviously not correct. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. That's good. That's good. Opens in. That's great. This should work now. There we go. Oil market opens in. Oops, we don't want to do that. Let's do, where is this here? All right, we're going to do this. We have the oil market clock up. What's going to happen with the oil market? We'll do a poll in a little bit on oil, but the current oil price that I'm aware of is Brent crude around 90, WTI around 84. Went down a bunch last week. President Trump had been talking about, well, especially on, Friday, but actually before in the week too. Remember, on Friday, President Trump was saying that Iran had agreed to all this stuff and had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz forever, and he was expecting a peace deal soon. And then the market closed, and then on Saturday, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz and attacked several ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And then today, the U.S. has attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship. The Washington Post, by the way, says U.S. forces have been preparing for the possibility of seizures of ships for days. The Marines are with the 31st Expeditionary Unit of Okinawa, which arrived in the region aboard a 3-ship naval task force in March. How about that? Trump told Fox News that the talks in Pakistan will be Tuesday, possibly into Wednesday. But we don't know if Iran is going to agree to attend those talks. This ship had been coming from, you can see right here. Here is the ship, the TOUSKA. The TOUSKA. It is a cargo ship, container ship. It was coming from Malaysia, where it was around 6 days ago. And it was off the coast of Iran. And you can see it came to a stop and turned. I wonder if it's updated. Is this updated now? Let's see. That is, I will say this. It looks to me like the last information we have on this ship. Well, let me look on the actual, because this is about, that's hours ago. That would be about 6-7 hours ago. Let's see. So that says TOUSKA. Yeah, the last position, I should have checked this before. It's my fault. I'm sorry. The last position information on marine traffic for the TOUSKA is about 7 hours ago. So maybe it is no longer tracking now that the US is in control of it. 6-7, exactly, as our viewers said. But about 7 hours ago is the last tracking information. I don't know what the intended destination was. Looks like it could have been heading for Iran, but I don't know what the intended, I don't know for sure what the intended destination was. Hold on. Yeah, one of our viewers mentioned says navigational status not under command. But again, this is from about 7 hours ago. So I don't know where it is right now. Could there look? I also don't know what the status is of the ship. Is it significantly damaged? I mean, how much damage would that do to blow a hole in the engine room? That sounds like an AI question. So AI says there are flooding and buoyancy risks from blowing a hole in the engine room. If the pumps were destroyed in the strike, the ship would begin to settle by the stern. But they do say it has enough buoyancy to stay afloat even with a flooded engine room, provided the other cargo holds remain dry. All right, hold on a moment here. Give me one moment. I have not seen myself any kind of response directly to this incident from Iran. I am looking. Haven't seen it yet. When did this happen? My guess is it must have happened at least 7 hours ago. Because if you look at the track of the ship, it stops broadcasting 7 hours ago. probably more than 7 hours ago, since you can actually see here, it turns around. It slows and turns around about, that would be about 9 Eastern time. So it turns around about 7.5 hours ago. Pam Sim says, what will happen to the crew? That I do not know. Again, no comment yet from Iran about this incident. I would expect something from Iran at some point in the coming minutes or hours. Yeah, nothing yet from Iran. I'm going to also be checking and seeing if any of the U.S. outlets have any more on this. You know, I don't know if anyone was injured in this incident. Oh, I guess, hold on, I'm seeing some sort of report here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. We have an update from Mer News. Mer News is Iranian state media. And they say, I'll show you what they say. Mer correspondent has learned that today, in response to the closure of the strait and the return of Indian and British commercial ships and the control measures the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps put on the strait, American terrorist forces deployed to the waters surrounding the Sea of Oman opened fire on an Iranian merchant ship to force it to return to Iranian territorial waters, However, with the timely presence and the rapid response of the IRGC naval units in support of the Iranian ship, the Americans were forced to retreat and flee the area. Now, I can't confirm this is about the same ship. It could be about a different ship. Report from Iran's state media Mers, which might be their version of what happened to the seized Iranian cargo ship. But It's not confirmed in the article what exact ship they're talking about. So again, I cannot confirm that they're talking about the same ship. If it's about the same ship, obviously they have a very different version of what happened. But it doesn't specifically say which ship they're talking about. They say Mayor has learned that today, Sunday, in response to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and this is the U.S. Iran fired on several ships, including an Indian ship yesterday. So I think they're talking about that there, and the control measures of Iran on the strait. American terrorist forces deployed in the waters surrounding the Sea of Oman opened fire on an Iranian merchant ship to force it to return to Iranian territorial waters. However, with the timely presence and rapid response of the Revolutionary Guard naval units in support of the Iranian ship, the Americans were forced to retreat and flee the area. I have a hard time thinking that Iran made American naval ships retreat, but again, I also can't say for sure what ship they're talking about. So we'll see what else comes out of Iran about this. Let's see here. Hang on a second here. ABC says this comes after Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane, warned the U.S. would actively enforce the blockade on Iranian-flagged vessels around the globe. General Kane said on Thursday, in addition to this blockade, the joint force, through operations and activities in other areas of responsibility, will actively pursue any Iranian-flagged vessel or any vessel attempting to provide material support to Iran. By the way, thank you to Arco Invest said CENTCOM posted. Let's see here. Sorry, I didn't see this. New post from CENTCOM. Thanks, Arco Invest. Hey, look, guys, it's a new post from CENTCOM. U.S. forces disable vessel attempting to enter Iranian port, violate blockade. U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea. Oh, there's a video. There's a video. Look, it's a video.
Motor vessel TOUSKA, motor vessel TOUSKA, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting
Wow, I'll show that again. Just give me one moment. I will show you that again. I'm going to make it, I'll make it bigger on the screen. Wow. Hang on a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. We have a video. One more moment. One more moment here. All right, let's look at this again. Here is the video of what happened according to CENTCOM. Here it is. Look at this. Wow.
Motor vessel TOUSKA, motor vessel TOUSKA, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting
Motor vessel TOUSKA, motor vessel TOUSKA, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting
All right, here's what they said. They said that U.S. forces in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian cargo vessel attempting to sail toward an Iranian port. Hold on, let me just. Guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted MV Tusca as it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After Tuscas failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period, Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tusca's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer's 5-inch M45 gun into Tusca's engine room. U.S. Marines later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance. Since the blockade's commencement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around or return to an Iranian port. Give me one moment here. Let's watch that again. All right, so again, let's watch what happened. We have video of the incident from the U.S. They said they fired on it. They fired several rounds into the engine room of the ship. I'm going to take some comments. I just want to show you this again. We got this video. Oopsie. Hold on. Here it is.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
Wow. Now again, hang on a moment here. Here's what the U.S. said about it. U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail toward an Iranian port. Today, guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted MV Tusca as it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After Tusca's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period, they say. Over a 6-hour period, Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tusca's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer's 5-inch Mk-45 gun into the Tusca's engine room. U.S. Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance. Since the blockade's commencement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around to return to Iranian port. What was on board, I don't know. Was anyone hurt in this incident? I don't know. Hang on a moment here. Five-inch Mk-45 gun. Here's a 5-inch Mk-45 gun, according to Wikipedia. There it is. That's a picture from the U.S. Navy of a 5-inch gun. Hold on. Yeah, 5 inches would be the diameter of the gun barrel, which is also the width of the shell it would fire, 5 inches wide. I don't know specifically what kind of specific shell it fired, what kind of round it fired. Since before World War II, says Wikipedia, 5 inches has been the standard gun caliber for U.S. naval ships. Evelyn says it's the U.S. Navy standard deck gun. Wow. Let's see if I have any more updates for you. Oh, by the way, the Department of War also posted the video, and they posted their own. It's the same post, but with the video in the post. Not, you don't have to click through it in the Department of War post. Again, it's the same post that we've read you before, showing. I'll show it one more time. I'll show it one more time. The Iranian cargo ship that the U.S. disabled and took over because they say it was violating the blockade. It was going to an Iranian port.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting anything. Be ready.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting anything. Be ready.
Wow. Wow. We don't often get video of the U.S. Navy firing on other countries' ships. I don't know that I've ever had such video. Hola Gunner says this will escalate. I haven't seen an Iranian government reaction to this yet. So we need to see what they're going to say. But it happened off the coast of, oops, I don't want to do this. Let's do this again. Let's fix what I just did. There. That's where it happened. Real live fire, says one of the viewers. This happened more than 7 hours ago. The ship turned around more than 7 hours ago. This happened earlier today. I mean, it's daylight in the video, and it's you know, in that part of the world, it's after midnight right now. In Oman, it's 1:19 a.m. So this was hours ago. Hey, real quick, thank you, TE88PFCR, for your support. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. TE88 says, seems that they were more than fair to me. Thank you also, Paps Dr. 007 for the membership. Thanks, Bobtail Squid, for your support. Thanks, Mara Scott who says, it's just to disable it so it can be towed to get fixed later, standard Navy gun. That's what Mara said. Thank you, SK1996, who says it's Mark 45, not MK 45. Thank you, Roy. Roy, I'll have to check out the report you mentioned. Roy said he saw some reporting about what the ship might have had on it. I don't see it there. I'll look and see, but I got to look it up and see if I can find the report myself. Thanks, Roy. I appreciate that. I'll keep an eye out. Roy, I don't know if the report you saw was an older report about this ship, because I looked at new reports from Reuters and Washington Post about today's incident. I don't see that at all. But I'll keep looking. Hey, thank you also, Arco Invests. I really appreciate, Arco Invest. Thank you, I Am Charlie. Thanks, I Am Charlie, for your support. Thank you, Israel Bishop. Who says, Johnson, the Bushes, and Trump all declared war. Congress didn't, Thank you, Israel. Thank you, Mark Westbrook, who says, hopefully this will end soon. Thank also to Crust Cyrus the Virus for your support. Cyrus says this is not looking good. Thank you, Holy Earth. Thank you, JZ Gamer. Yeah, guys, I'm not talking about the shooting in Louisiana right now because we're talking about this. I posted about it on my X account several hours ago, and maybe we'll talk about it later. And I understand it's a big news story, but we're covering this right now, so maybe we'll talk about it later. There was a domestic mass shooting that came out of domestic incident. I believe 8 children were killed. But again, maybe we'll talk about it later. So I am aware about it. If you follow me on X, several hours ago, I posted about it. So again, I'm sorry we can't cover both things right now, but we're covering the breaking news on Iran for the moment. And maybe we can get to that later. Thank you so much, JZ Gamer. Thanks also, Rogue Accountant. And Nashinas. Thank you, Nashinas. Nashina says, why does Trump think the regime cares about power plants and bridges? Nashina says it just proves their narrative of U.S. war crimes, and it only affects the people, not the regime. Talking about Trump threatening today again to blow up all their power plants and bridges. Thanks, Andy S8982, who says, the Iranian oil wells will get blocked up because they have no place to store it. I've seen some different estimates about how much storage Iran has. I've seen it reported widely that, eventually they're going to have to stop or slow down their production. A number of Gulf countries already did slow down their production a week ago because they had no place to store their oil. So if I see updates on that, I'll let you know. Thank you so much, Andy S. Also, Firejack for the membership. Sorry, I haven't thanked people in forever because we've been talking about all these updates. Firejack, thanks for the memberships. Least Trustworthy Weasel, thanks. And Corib 2025, G Money Food Stamps. Debbie James, thanks for the memberships. Thank you, Debbie James. Paul G, thanks for the memberships. Mosh Miri, thank you for being a member for so long. And Stephen Briones, thank you, Stephen, for also your support. Also, Thomas P. 0419, thank you for all the memberships you have given from Sweden. Also, I wanted to thank, real quick, because I am behind on thanking people, before we get to more updates. Where is it? On Twitch, Jen Junkie, thanks for subscribing, and Lynn Austin. And Lynn Austin, thanks for your support. TLSKB on Twitch, thank you. Rain25, thank you. Rain25 says, remember, folks, just following orders is not an excuse for war crimes. Thanks, Justin D. Winters on Twitch. Comatose Crunch on Twitch. And also, thanks so much to Scott Bedwell. I appreciate all your support, Scott Bedwell. And Paps, Dr. 007, and Bobtail Squid, thank you. And also CC for the gift subscription. Thank you. Let me see. I'm waiting to see some kind of official reaction from the Iranian government. On this incident, and I haven't seen it yet. I wonder what the Iranian government is going to say about this, but I've seen no statement yet from the Iranian government about this incident. We also don't even know if Iran's going to show up at the talks that are supposed to start tomorrow night in Pakistan. They have not said they're going to yet. I am seeing a report in Iranian state media of some new plan they have for the Strait of Hormuz. So this is from Mer News state media, and they posted what they say is new details of the Iran's Strait of Hormuz management plan. Sean Tracy says the IRGC silence is deafening. Well, I'm guessing there's going to be some serious debate in Iran as to how they should respond to the U.S. attacking and seizing an Iranian cargo ship. Let me show you this though. This is did I not? I didn't quite get the whole thing. Wait, let's do this again. Here is from Mer State Media details of Iran's plan for the Strait of Hormuz. New details of the Strait of Hormuz management plan. From banning Israeli vessels to collecting tolls in national currency. Chairman of the Parliament's Civil Engineering Committee. The passage of any type of vessel or cargo belonging to or associated with the fake Israeli regime through the Strait of Hormuz is absolutely prohibited. The passage of vessels from belligerent countries is prohibited at the discretion of the public. The passage of vessels or cargo from countries that take hostile actions against the resistance front is prohibited. I believe the resistance front might be organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah, maybe. Other vessels are allowed to navigate if they receive a permit and pay the guidance, surveillance, and security fee. Payment of the fees is in Iranian national currency, rial. Any country that has participated in any way in the imposed war will be allowed to pass after paying compensation for the damages incurred. Any country or natural or legal person that imposes unilateral sanctions against Iran or takes any hostile action is subject to a ban on transit through the Strait of Hormuz. The transit of the fleet of a country that uses fictitious names other than the name of the Persian Gulf, fictitious names other than the name of the Persian Gulf in its documents and statements is prohibited through the Strait of Hormuz. So you can't call it the Gulf of Arabia, I guess. The financial resources generated from the collection of expenses will be spent in three areas: strengthening the country's defense capabilities and the livelihood of the armed forces, rebuilding and developing the country's infrastructure, and ensuring the livelihood of the people. Failure to comply with the principles of these laws will result in the seizure of the offending vessel and a fine and confiscation of 20% of the value of its cargo. Now, this is what they're saying their plan is for the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, the U.S. is not going to agree with this plan. Jacob Brennamed Israel says they have really lost it. Joe Mama says extortion all around. Iran state media, Mer, posts new details of Iran's Strait of Hormuz management plan. Everybody has to pay a guidance, surveillance, and security fee in Iranian national currency. Also, any country that participated in the war must pay against Iran, must pay compensation for damages before their ships can pass. All right, sorry. I thought that was interesting. So, I mean, this gives you an idea. This gives you an idea of what Iran might ask for in negotiations. I mean, obviously, this is not going to be something that the U.S. agrees to, right? But just showing it to you to give. I mean, this is literally from Iranian state media, just posted a short while ago. Marcus G says it's not up to Iran. Well, the thing is, remember, Iran can effectively close the strait by attacking ships. They can attack ships by firing a missile from the shore, firing a drone, launching a drone from the shore. They don't have to have a huge navy to do this. So, if the U.S. doesn't want them to keep closing the strait, even after the U.S. leaves, it has to have some way of preventing that. Now, I don't know if the way of preventing that is military or the way of preventing it is making some deal that Iran will be okay with and will not want to mess up by attacking ships, but that's all it takes to close the strait. FAR's state media is claiming that for the first time in history, the Strait of Hormuz was closed in both directions in the past day, and that no ships passed through. We can go back and look at it in the past day. Let me see. I can probably tell from UKMTO. Let's see. I mean, I'll say this. Well, we're talking about April 19th. I have this report from UKMTO, which says April 18th, 19 transits, but we don't have, when April 19th were there, I don't know, I don't know officially how many transits we have on April 19th. Is it really zero? I can look and show you. Let's take a look at the Strait of Hormuz here. So there's the strait, right? And let's go back and we're going to play. So we would need to start, let's do it this way. So I'm going to show you the last 25 hours, basically. And let's just play it and see what we see. See if we see anything go through. So I'm just playing the last 25 hours here. And we can just look up here and see if we see, I mean, for the first part of it, you don't see anything crossing. This is at marinetraffic.com, which is a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. So far, we're a few hours in the last 25 hours, and I haven't seen anything cross over. Now, there's this ship Marian, but Marian was up here. I mean, it wasn't, I don't know how they talk. I mean, if you start up here and then you go out, I don't know if that's really crossing the strait because you're in the strait already. There's a ship. Ooh, what happened here? What happened to Lang? What happened? Lang Bear. Lang Bear. What? Look at Lang Bear. Is that crossing? I don't know. We're about halfway through the past day here looking at it. I don't see anything that's obviously. Oh, I think we had a couple of ships approach and then turn around. Look at G Summer and Maida. See G Summer? Look at G Summer. Look at G Summer. How about G Summer? Did G Summer go through? No, see, they turned around. G Summer and Maida were going through and they turned around. See that? G Summer and Maida? They turned around. So I don't see anything that's obviously gone through in the past day. It could be the first time ever. I mean, FAR says the first time ever. I would believe that. I don't know that there's been a day during the war where literally like nothing has gone through. Oh, 18 minutes, our viewer Alex reminded me. Oil markets open in 18 minutes. What's going to happen? We got to do a poll. We need to do a poll about the oil market. There's G Summer going back. We're getting to the end of the previous 25 hours. Now G Summer is going back again. Did it go through? Look at G Summer. Look at G Summer. I think G Summer went through. It looks to me like G Summer made it through. Doesn't it? Certainly looks like it to me. Some of the viewers agree. Vanilla Coke says WG Summer. Booker says run G Summer run. Did Uma go through? I don't know about Uma. Right, so Uma is here. Crude oil tanker. Did that go through? That's weird. I don't know. I'm a little confused on that one. I'm not going to I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's look at G Summer. It definitely looked like G Summer made it through. G Summer. G Summer is an LPG chemical tanker. It is going to the UAE, and it left. Hold on. Is CN China? But it was going out. Now I'm confused. If it was going out, it should have been coming from China. Could it maybe have gone in and turned around? That's another question. CNLYG is a Chinese port. So did it go in and go back? Or I don't know. Let's see. All right. Well, all right. So yes. So this ship, okay. It's in, well, what it did, this ship, you can see, it says April 15th, it goes through this way. So it went through into the Gulf, April 15th, April 16th, April 17th. Then I don't know. I mean, it says it just stopped here. I'm kind of confused about this. It says it stopped there. Was it at an island or something? I don't know. I don't know if it unloaded anywhere. And then it turned around and it got out. So I don't know what to make of this. But again, it went through the strait the other way about 4 days ago. It is a LPG chemical tanker. And it is a flies under the flag of Angola, sails under the flag of Angola. Owner, Chinese owner. For whatever that's worth. Chinese owner. Will the U.S. detain it? Well, it didn't go into or stop at Iran, so or leave from Iran. So technically, in that sense, it doesn't violate the blockade. And there is the ship that got fired on and stopped by the U.S. and taken over by the U.S. Daniel Fletcher says U.S. won't mess with China. All right, so we got to give you more updates here. Hold on. We're going to bring you more updates on what's going on. Take more of your comments. By the way, thanks so much to the Mystical Buddha Cake Shop for all your support. Mystical Buddha Cake Shop, thank you. I don't know if this ship, if that G Summer ship was full or not. Roy got some sort of result on from AI on the likely cargo of the TOUSKA, but says it's not officially confirmed yet. I don't know where the AI got that though. I don't know what sources they were using. It's a container ship. It is a container ship. I mean, they do say that the ship was under U.S. Gemini points out correctly that the ship is under U.S. Treasury sanctions. And they say that historically, container ships owned by Iran, shipping lines, have been sanctioned for transporting dual-use materials that can be used in Iran's missile and nuclear program. So maybe it had, I don't know what it had on board. It's a container ship. We'll have to see what the U.S. says about that and what Iran says about that. Thank you so much, Roy1822. Also, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, Hey New Girl, for the membership. Thanks also to Jim Lattermill, who says, are you serious? We have taken out Iran's leadership and all of their military, and now they draw their line on this. I think talking about the Strait. Stop the BS, says Jim. Also, thank you, Rooster D. Rooster D says if the ship tried to pass the blockade, it became an enemy combatant. That's a league, some sort of military law distinction that I cannot speak to with my lack of military legal background. But thank you, Rooster D. Thank you also, Toka, for the memberships. And Mara Scott. Mara Scott said, from what Trump said on Air Force One, we are looking at bombs going on Wednesday. What are you referring to exactly? I mean, he was not on Air Force One today, so I don't believe he's been on Air Force One for a couple days. So I don't know that anything he would have said. I mean, maybe he said something about the deadline a few days ago for the ceasefire, but also, I mean, his views on things can change from day to day. And just a couple days ago, he was saying that he has said a lot the last couple of days. He thought there was going to be a peace deal. You know, he did say today that he did threaten to blow up all of Iran's ships and bridges and electrical plants. But, you know, I haven't seen him put a specific deadline on it. Anyways, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Mara. Maybe there's a particular quote he said that meant that applied that. He didn't suggest a deadline when he talked about it today. Thank you so much, Mara Scott. I don't know what his schedule is. All right, let's go over what's going on. Can we go? Let's take a second and go over what's happening here. By the way, huge shout out to our mods. Huge shout out to our moderators. We have moderating right now oh, we never did the oil poll. We never did the oil poll. We got to do it really quick. I'm sorry. There's too much happening. Hey, a quick thanks. Let me just shout out some of the mods like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah. We got to do oil poll real quick. Shannon Davis Hughes. And Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, thank you. And Kay Larry Body, thank you for moderating. Andrea Holder. All right, oil poll. So really quick, we have to do the oil market's opening in 8 minutes. So the oil market closed at roughly it closed at on Friday at around 84 for WTI and 90 for Brent crude. Let's do 90. Let's do Brent crude. So it was 90 on Friday, roughly. Flash poll. What will oil price be 10 mins after market opens? 10 minutes after market opens. So 90, below 90, 90 to 93, 93 to 96, 96 to 100. There we go. Or more. Above 96 is the last one. Or maybe I'll make it bigger. I'll say 90 to 95, 95 to 100. That would be a big jump. Above 100. But for the purpose of the poll, that's how I'll do it. Okay. I got to get this posted. I posted it on YouTube. Let me post it on Twitch. We only have a couple minutes to do this poll because I forgot about it. Oh, we're talking about Brent crude. I didn't say that in the poll. We're talking about Brent crude, not WTI. Brent crude, which is that was at around a 90 at closing on Friday. So Brent crude, not WTI crude, Brent crude. Okay? We are talking about Brent crude. Hang on. Let me get this posted. We got to look at the poll results. We got to look at the poll results. Okay, the poll is now posted on all the platforms that have polls. And there you are thinking about it. Thinking. All right. So again, we're talking about Brent crude, not WTI, Brent crude. On YouTube, people are saying 9% below 90, 21% 90 to 95, 28% 95 to 100, 42% above 100. That would be a huge jump. On Facebook, 0% say below 90 or 90 to 95, 67% say 95 to 100. Oh, actually, 67, it just updated on Facebook. Facebook, 0% below 90, 29% 90 to 95, 8% 95 to 100, and 43% say above 100 on Facebook. And let me show you what people are saying. We have 4.5 minutes till that market opens. 4.5 minutes. Again, we're talking about Brent crude, not WTI crude. Well, the winner in both polls, in on all of our platforms, is people think it's going to go up a huge amount. Over 100. One of our viewers just said, no way it's going over 100 today. The market opens again in 3.5 minutes. 3.5 minutes. All right, a lot of disagreement, but again, the winning result on both polls now is above 100 on all the platforms. All right, people, I haven't even gotten to check the news the last 5 minutes. Oh, hold on a second. Hey guys, CENTCOM found something that I want to mention. From Iran, and a response from Iran. All right, I'm going to get rid of the poll. We're going to thank you for voting in the poll. All right, pull over. I need to just get rid of, end it here. And let me look at here. I want to try to show you what Iran, I just saw CENTCOM post about an Iranian response to the incident where the U.S. Attacked and seized a cargo ship. Give me a moment here. Oh, I have it right here. This is from Fars News, probably the same one that CENTCOM posted. I have it right here. Here is the response. 1 minute and 20 seconds till the market opens. This is the Iranian military response. Iranian military response. We will respond soon to the U.S. armed robbery at sea. The aggressor, America, violated the ceasefire and violated the ceasefire and maritime piracy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters off the Sea of Oman, disabling its navigation system and landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the vessel. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond and retaliate against the armed piracy by the U.S. military. Okay. Guys, the oil market's open. The oil market's open. Okay, hold on a moment. Oil market is now open. Oil market is open. I need to get rid of the clock. Oh, that's happening now. Now we have the poll thing going. Hold on, we don't want that happening. We need to stop that. I know you guys love seeing the graphic, though. Oil market open. We're going to read that statement again from the Iranian military. I am seeing right now Brent at around 97. Brent at around 97 I'm seeing. And it was around 90. Yeah, it looks like, and then US WTI oil is about 90, about 91. So roughly speaking, I'm seeing them up about 6.5%, about 6.5% jump. I'm seeing Brent at about 97, WTI at about 90.5. But we're going to give it a few minutes and see what happens. Now, I don't know what kind of response Iran is going to make. I mean, they often say very threatening things, so we'll have to see. Bitcoin is at about 74,000 right now. Earlier today, it had gotten up to over 76,000, roughly 74,200, roughly. But again, the Iranian military says we will soon respond to the U.S. armed robbery at sea. The aggressor, America, violated the ceasefire and maritime piracy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters of the Sea of Oman, disabling its navigation system and landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the vessel. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond and retaliate against this armed piracy by the U.S. military. Will we get tomorrow? Is there going to be tomorrow night peace talks or not? Earlier, President Trump had announced that he was sending a delegation to show up tomorrow night in Pakistan for peace talks. That delegation includes Vice President Vance, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, but Iran has not agreed to the talks. And then it came out that the U.S. attacked and seized an Iranian cargo ship. So, will there be peace talks? I don't know. We don't know yet. Let me try to check for some updates here. I am seeing right now oil Brent at roughly 97 and WTI at roughly 90. Both of them up about 7%. Oil up about 7% right now. The market opened about 5 minutes ago, from what I can see. Oh, we should show you again the details of this ship. I have Trump's post, but I can show you what the military said. Yeah, that's a significant rise. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else breaking. I'm looking for other reporting here. Mer News posted the same message from the Iranian military spokesperson. You can see right here, there he is. The aggressor America violated the ceasefire and maritime piracy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters off the Sea of Oman and disabling its navigation system by landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the aforementioned vessel. We warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond and retaliate against this armed piracy by the U.S. military. Oopsie, now that happened. How will they respond? That I have no idea. I have no idea. How will they respond? That I have. Mayday thinks they will retaliate against a non-U.S. target. That's what our viewers said. By the way, shout out to Eric Rams. Thanks for your support, for being a member, Eric. William T.H. William mentions that stock futures are down. I'm going to look at the stock futures right now, and I'm seeing right now that Dow, is this correct? Let's see. I don't know if what I'm looking at is correct. I had read they were down, but I'm looking and I'm seeing up. Let's see. Are they not open yet? That's a good. When do stock futures open? It's supposed to be 6 Eastern time. which it already was. But maybe maybe I'm not on a page that has updated yet. I think the page I was just on doesn't have the new futures pricing yet. One 6-pack said 10-minute delay. Let me look in 2 minutes at a page and I'll tell you what I'm seeing. Thanks to Sydney for the memberships. Thank you so much, Sydney. Also, thanks to Tingley24. Thank you, Tingley24. Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, Faytux News had posted the same thing I posted. I think before I posted it. So I didn't see that Faytux had posted that. We both posted the same response that we saw from the Iranian military. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks AU Gold for being a member. Hey New Girl, thanks for being a member. The oil price I am seeing right now is about 89 for WTI and about 96 for Brent. Up about 6.5% for the day, 6 to 6.5%. So about 96 for Brent and about 89 for WTI US. Hang on 1 second here. Hang on 1 second here. Oops, I'm hearing two of me. Hang on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Thank you for your patience. Hang on. Let's see what I have for updates. Yeah, I'm just seeing various Iranian state media outlets are posting that same message where Iran vows to respond to what happened to the cargo ship. Al Jazeera says Iranian forces launched a drone attack against U.S. warships. Where are they getting that from? How do they know that? Is that just something Iran said? I didn't see them say it. Just popped up on their Telegram feed. I don't know where they're getting that information from. I don't see anybody else reporting it. I'll keep an eye on that. Okay, stock futures. No, the page I am looking at does not have updated data. I am seeing that Dow futures are down less, close to 1%, but not quite. S&P futures, I'm looking at maybe down like 0.7%. NASDAQ futures, 0.6% or so. So down some, not an enormous amount from what I'm seeing. Oil is up about 6% on the day. All right, let's again look at what happened with this Iranian cargo ship for people who didn't see before. Oh, Tasneem said this? Hold on a second. I have an update. Hold on. I have an update for you, I think. Tasneem, Iranian state media, claims okay, let me show you this. Give me a second here. So this is Iranian state media Tasneem. And what they say in their article is that after the Americans attacked this ship, Iranian forces also attacked some American military ships with drones. Then they say Trump claimed an hour ago that American terrorists had seized the ship. Iran has already announced it will retaliate against any action by the Americans. And this article, I don't know when it came out, but again, I don't know. It's unclear if that's the promised retaliation or not. So again, this article is from Tasneem, and it does say, after the Americans attacked this ship, Iranian forces who attacked some Iranian forces also attacked some American military ships with drones. Again, I don't know. I don't know if that's true, but also I don't know that if that's the promised retaliation. Hang on. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that. Now, let's go back. And talk about what happened to this ship. All right, here it is. For those who haven't seen it. Here is what U.S. Central Command said. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take 1 minute. I need 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute, and we're going to continue our live breaking news coverage. Thanks for your patience. Okay, let's talk about what happened today with this ship. Let's just go over it. You can see here the U.S. forces disable U.S. forces disable vessel attempting to enter Iranian port, violate blockade. The Central Command said U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail towards an Iranian port. Guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted MV Tusca as it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade after Tusca's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period. Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tusca's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer's 5-inch Mk or Mark 45 gun into Tusca's engine room. U.S. Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance. Since the blockade's commencement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around and return to an Iranian port. And I'm going to show you in a second the video there. Okay, now here is the video that they put out of the incident, which many of you have seen, but some of you have not, probably.
Motor vessel TOUSKA, motor vessel TOUSKA, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
Motor vessel TOUSKA, motor vessel TOUSKA, vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Be ready.
One of our viewers said, and I think it's a good point. One of the viewers, Hank, said, "How can they hit from that distance when both ships are sailing in chaos? Is it computer aided?" I don't know how the firing works. It's impressive though. I mean, because both ships, at least one ship is moving. I assume they're both moving, and it is a distance. So the fact that they can do that, I mean, it has to account for that. I don't know how that works. I'm looking, AI says there's a computer aiming system. But also you got to account for the wind as well, right? Vanilla Coke says it's pretty amazing they can do that. Oopsie. DJ Salt Lake says there's a complex fire control system that does all the math. Oopsie. Oh, look, Wikipedia, ship gun fire control system. Beginning with ships built in the 1960s, warship guns were largely operated by computerized systems controlled by electronic computers which were integrated with the ship's missile fire control systems and other ship sensors. Anyways, you can read more about that under ship gun fire control systems. Oh, No, I'm sorry. Ship gun fire control systems are analog fire control systems that were used aboard naval warships prior to modern electronic computerized systems. Yeah, oil's down a bit more now. We have Brent at about 95.5 and WTI at about 89.5. Brent before was around 97. So they're up for the day about 5-6%. Not as much as before. No word on whether Iran is going to participate in the talks starting tomorrow night. When are we going to hear something about that from Iran? By the way, shout out to one moment here. Shout out to Brian Davio for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you, Brian. Also, thanks to our Twitch subscribers, people like BSH Blue, Wall Street and Shaggy, Billy Joe, Trump Sidekick, Wisco Joe, Servomax. Thanks Citizens07 for subscribing. Thank you, Lucid. Hey, Lucid gave out 5 gift subs. Thank you, Lucid, for the gift subs. That's really nice of you. Also, thank you, Saselchi, for subscribing, and Glue Taster for subscribing on Twitch. And also NYC Subway Camera, thanks for subscribing over there. Strong one. Tin Show, My Florida, BG Gamer, Douthis. Douthis says, I wish we heard if what the Iranian vessel replied. I would like to see, it would be great if we could see a whole transcript of what the back and forth between the U.S. and the Iranian ship was. I wonder if we will. Thanks, Space Turkey, for being a subscriber on Twitch. Mr. Bigley Uncredible as well. And Simp Nasty Scrimp, thank you. Also, you know what? While I'm at it, I want to thank our YouTube members too. People like The Mus, Visulayez, John Turpin, Shelly Amsterdam, Butterbean, Crappy J, Roy 1822, O Paula, JM, Sydney, Reary Patton, thanks, Dr. McRib. Hey, Shaft gave a bunch of memberships too. Thanks so much, Shaft. That's really nice of you. Turned Off, Marisol DeVille, Stephen Parmy, thanks for being members. Evelyn in Maine, Roger Shoemaker, Marauder, Alex M007, Aaron Fife, Loroji, Ken Dogs. Thank you so much, John Turpin, for the gift memberships. Vibrating Floor, thank you. Truth WSYF, WTF Jet, Gunnar, all of our members over there on YouTube, the one and only. Also, thanks to Or1 on B7T for subscribing on Twitch. Triwar for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. Okay. And Gary Baines, JM1, Tim M6, McKinder, Mara Scott, Mika M. Via for being members as well. Now, I also owe a thank you to Arco Invest. Thank you, Arco Invest, for your message and for your support. Thank you, AU Gold. Thank you for your support. And KAO Kaon SUO1, who thinks the video doesn't make sense. It starts close, but then it's far away. So remember that the ship, the CENTCOM said that the ship had not responded to their warnings for about 6 hours. So I know that there's several clips in the video of different times, but again, that could have taken place over hours. And they said that the ship failed to comply. Doesn't say what they said. Failed to comply over a 6-hour period with repeated warnings. So, yeah, definitely the ship it's closer there than it is there. But at the same time, I mean, this took place over hours. You can really see there, though, that it's a cargo ship. Tech Trump thinks they fired warning shots, then moved in close to tell them to evacuate the engine room so they could fire for real. That I don't know. Maybe you're right. Thanks, Arco Invest. Yeah, we already talked about that. Again, as we talked about 20 minutes ago, Iranian state media claimed that Iran fired some drones at U.S. ships after this incident. I don't know if that's true. I also don't know if that is their intended quote-unquote retaliatory response. So we'll have to see. Thank you so much, Arco Invest. Still waiting to get some sort of update on whether Iran is going to show up for the peace talks tomorrow night. Let me share what Reuters posted about this incident. U.S. seizes Iranian cargo ship as Tehran rejects a second round of peace talks. Now, we don't know if they're going to show up or not. President Trump, as we know, said the U.S. military had seized an Iranian cargo ship. Iran said it would not participate in a second round of peace talks, despite Trump's threat of renewed airstrikes. The developments indicated peace may not come soon to the region, and a weeks-long blockade of marine traffic that has driven global oil prices higher likewise might remain in place. Vance to again lead talks. Trump said his envoys would arrive in Islamabad on Monday evening, one day before the ceasefire ends. Ceasefire ends on Wednesday, I believe. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff will also be there. Pakistan appeared to be preparing for the talks. 2 giant U.S. C-17 cargo planes landed at an airbase on Sunday afternoon, carrying security equipment and vehicles in preparation for the U.S. delegation's arrival, according to 2 Pakistani security sources. Municipal authorities in Islamabad halted public transport and heavy goods traffic through the city. Barbed wire was rolled out near the Serena Hotel, where last week's talks were held. The hotel told all guests to leave. The hotel told all guests to leave. I believe it's a 5-star hotel. They said, you need to leave. Wow. By the way, they also talked about these 2 tankers. Mr. Bigley Incredible says, ha, that's messed up that they had to leave. Freaking lunatic says, I'm sorry, but you gotta go. Give me a moment here. There's something else I want to mention from this article. It talks about 2 ships that turned around or got turned around in the strait in the past day. You can see here, tankers reported turned back at strait, it says at the bottom. 2 liquefied petroleum gas tankers attempted to transit the strait this morning but made a U-turn after reaching waters south of Rock Island. But we looked at this. One of them, the G Summer, later exited the Gulf on a second attempt, signaling China owner. Yeah, we saw that. Might have been the only ship that went through the strait yesterday. Yeah, I'll show you that again. Here is the right. Where did they go through? So here's the strait. It's a little too close. You see, it says, why am I not getting... Oh, it was before this. See, it says G Summer in Meda. This was yesterday. See the 2 ships? They're going across here, G Summer and Meda, but then they turn around. They turn around right there. See? They turn around, they go back. But then later, G Summer went through. And that's the live shot right now. Thanks to Jackie Morgan, our member. Art My Way, our member. BFN 1960, thanks so much for your support. What next? I thought it might be a quiet weekend, and then we had yesterday Iran attacking ships in the Strait of Hormuz and closing the strait, and today the U.S. attacking and seizing an Iranian cargo ship. Here is a new comment from the first vice president of Iran. From Tasnim, Iran State Media. First Vice President of Iran, Aref. You cannot restrict Iran's oil exports and expect free security for others. The choice is clear, either a free oil market for all or risk significant costs for all. The stability of global fuel prices depends on a guaranteed and sustained end to economic and military pressure on Iran and its allies. By the way, a little more information on that ship that today was fired on and seized by the U.S. The TOUSKA, I think it was. The Washington Post says the TOUSKA is owned by an Iranian company that the U.S. has accused of procuring material for Tehran's ballistic missile program. It is part of the Islamic Republic of Iran Shipping Lines, a state-owned company under U.S., British, and European sanctions that has been described by the U.S. State Department as the preferred shipping line for Iranian proliferators and procurement agents. So again, that ship was owned by the government. The TOUSKA, which can carry up to around 4,800 20-foot-long containers, had been traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo. Okay? So the Washington Post says the TOUSKA had been traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo. That port is located in Zhuhai, a city on China's southeastern coast. Experts previously told the Washington Post that that city is a known loading port for chemicals, including sodium perchlorate, which is a key precursor for solid rocket fuel that Iran needs for its missile program, though it is not immediately clear what materials were on the ship today. So again, it was that, according to the Washington Post, that ship had originated in, had previously been in a Chinese, it was traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo. Give me a moment here. Oopsie. One more second. Hey, thanks to Code Wrapper. Yes, I have mentioned a couple times. I know people come in and out and don't see it. As I've mentioned a couple times, Iranian state media claimed that after the U.S. seized the Iranian ship, that Iran fired drones at U.S. Navy ships. I cannot confirm whether that is true. I've heard nothing else about it. I also don't know if that is their promised retaliation or whether they will do something else. Thank you so much, Code Wrapper. Let me check the last couple hours here. Has anything gone through the last couple hours? This is the last 3 hours. There's the Sophia, which is approaching. Look at the Sophia. Might go through, I don't know. Nothing obviously got through. There's the Uma, but I think that was a little confusing what that one did. Uma. That's all the information I have on that right now, I think. Oh, it says Bandar Abbas. The Uma was in Iran. Okay. And it's an oil tanker. Sailing under the flag of Guyana. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. Oh, Bandar Abbas is right here. And this is the ship, the TOUSKA, that was actually, the TOUSKA was, remember, taken, that's the one that was taken into custody, the TOUSKA. And I don't think we have seen tracking information for that since about 9 hours ago, the TOUSKA. All kinds of things going on today. Oil prices right now, I'm seeing about 89.5 for WTI and 95.5 for Brent. Both up, well, up about 6 to 7%, roughly speaking. Hey, I said 6-7 again. Oh, and then there is another ship people pointed out, this Arroyo, which is a cruise ship. I assume it does not have passengers on it. And that left from, what is that, the UAE? Earlier today. Looks like it left earlier today. Or maybe yesterday. So a number of cruise ships have gotten out of the Gulf that had been stuck there the last couple of days. This is the Arroyo. It says it's moored right now. Wait, moored? What does moored mean? It says it's traveling at about 15 knots. I'm confused. If it's moored, it's in a it's fastened, it's fixed. But it also says it's going 15 knots. How is this happening? I don't understand. How can it be moored and going 15 knots? Rick says tied to a buoy or tied to something. Tied up, people are saying. Maybe an update delayed, just says DJ Salt Lake. Anyways, it does seem to be maybe getting out of there. This detail, I don't know all the background of this, but it very well might have been stuck in the Gulf for weeks. This ship. Thanks so much to Tommy3576. Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate that. Yes, our viewer pointed out, thank you, that the last the last information update on that ship is from 3.5 hours ago. Thank you. Is Air Force 2 flying now? Has it actually taken off? I hadn't heard that. Somebody will say it in the chat if they can see it. I mean, flight time, that would be early, wouldn't it? Well, actually, no. Flight time to Pakistan. I'm seeing DC. I mean, I think they have to stop to refuel. DC to Pakistan. If you think about 18, 19 hours, and then Pakistan time now. Yeah, I mean, actually, they would have to take off around now because it's about 4 a.m. Pakistan time. So if you're going to get there tomorrow night Pakistan time, they would need to take off soon. One of the viewers said, I don't see it on ADSB Exchange. Sean Tracy. Austin says, maybe the U.S. wants to show up there and say, where the heck is Iran? I don't have it right now. Before we came on the air, hours and hours before we came on the air, when it was daylight there, AFP had a shot for a bit of the Strait of Hormuz, which was kind of neat. They don't have it right now. I wonder when we'll see, when will we see some video or pictures of the damaged Iranian cargo ship? That would be interesting. Crystal, we don't know if Iran is going to the negotiations. They have not said yet. All right, I think what I need to do, we're going to keep this stream going. I'm going to have to take 5 minutes and make some food. I got to take 5 minutes and make something. I need about 5 minutes. But again, we're going to keep the stream going. But we're getting to that point where I need to. I got started a bit late today, unfortunately. But just give me about 5 minutes, and I am going to come back and bring you more coverage. So hang tight. Give me about 5 minutes, and I'll be back. Okay, thanks for your patience. I appreciate that. Hey, thanks, Tommy3576, who gave 10 people memberships. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Tommy if he gave you a membership. Okay. So we're going to be on the lookout to see if J.D. Vance and the others leave on the plane for Pakistan. I'm not aware that they have. I wonder if we're going to get some photos or videos of the ship that was close-up photos. Close-up photos of the ship that was attacked and seized. Oil price I am seeing right now about 90 for WTI, up about 70%. About 7% today. About 90 for WTI, up 7% roughly, and 96 or so for Brent, roughly up about 6%. So I got to check. People have been sending me messages, and I'm just so behind because there's been all this stuff going on. So I'm sorry I haven't gotten to as many messages as I wanted to. Yeah, some viewers are messaging me about Israel having aircraft reportedly over Syria. I mean, Israel periodically carries out strikes in Syria. So, I mean, I don't see that as a huge thing related to this particular war. I don't know, but that's been going on for a while. One of the viewers said, we need more intel. Freeze Diamond says, we need more intel. Well, we'll have to see what we hear. Oh, thanks also. Tommy just gave 10 more people memberships. So nice of you, Tommy. Tommy's now given 20 people memberships. Tommy3576. Thank you, Tommy. You know, I need about 15 seconds. Hang on. I'll also check and see if I can find any more reporting on. Sometimes you just see reporting on a story like that, the ship story with cargo ship story with not official sources, but maybe some of the news outlets are posting something about it. No, I don't see much there. I wonder if we'll hear more from President Trump on Truth Social tonight. Is he going to post anything else? Remember, this was this morning talking about the peace talks. Trump said, Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the United Kingdom. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it, he says. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones that that lose with the closed passage. $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to load up compliments of the IRGC, always wanting to be, compliments of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it, because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. So President Trump threatening, as he has done before. One of our viewers said, again, he has done this before, multiple times, I believe. But he is threatening again to blow up all of the Iranian electrical plants and bridges. Chelios thinks it's always empty threats. Maybe he'll go through with it. I have no idea. Thanks to Ed Weeby for the membership. Thank you, Jax Homer, who says, who are they going to negotiate with Reza Pahlavi? Well, I assume Iran will send the same people like the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ghalibaf, and the Foreign Minister, Araghchi, I assume, if they send anyone. Hang on about 15 seconds. Hold on. Is this live? Yes, it is. I have to look up, speaking of Speaker Ghalibaf, he made this post today. His posts are pretty closely watched, but he made a post today, and I'm confused about it. It's about like oil prices. He said Vibe trading digital oil is like Vibe hedging in treasuries during Hormuz risk off. Both share one house of cards that works on paper. Difference oil at least has dated Brent. Treasuries vibes all the way down. This to me is like, this is the kind of thing I stick into AI and say, what's going on here? Hold on. I don't have time right now to really get into this at the moment because I'm going to eat in a second, but I can try to get you a quick answer. Hey, thanks to Kelly Carter for your support. Thanks, Kelly Carter. I appreciate that. So really quick, maybe we can talk about this in more detail when I get back. But he normally doesn't post stuff like this, I don't think. Gemini claims that it's a jab at the stability of the US economy and the global oil market. He is mocking the way that oil is currently traded on computer screens, vibe trading. He is suggesting that those prices aren't reflecting the reality of the physical world, but are instead moving on vibes like investor sentiment, and rumors. Dated Brent is the price for physical cargoes. He's saying the U.S. financial system has nothing backing it up except vibes. Oh. And then this is at the bottom is a Bloomberg terminal code. And Gemini's AI says he's telling global traders, don't listen to the news or vibes. Go look at the real price of physical oil on your screens. Oh, EUCR Brent or BRDT is physical oil price. All right. I'm still not totally. I mean, that gives you a bit of the idea. Maybe we can get into this in more detail. More detail when I come back. It's interesting that he posts something like that, or whoever is helping him with the account posts something like that. Yeah, and as one of our viewers, Trevor, mentions, so the price of the spot that for weeks now, the price of physical oil that you need if you want to buy it right now for delivery right now, has been significantly higher than the futures price, which is the one we normally talk about, which is to buy oil for future delivery. Anyways, maybe we can talk about that more when I get back. I really need to, oh, by the way, Tommy just gave more memberships. Tommy gave 10 more memberships. Tommy3576. Tommy has now given 30 people in the YouTube chat memberships, which is really nice of him. Make sure you thank Tommy or somebody else if they give you a membership or gift subscription. Thank you, Tommy. Also, thanks for subscribing, Daniel Tombleson and Jazzy Renee over there on Twitch. I appreciate that. And Jack's Homer thanks. Jack says, sounds like the IRGC intern might be helping Gollyboff with his posts. I don't know if he wrote that himself or not. All right, so here's how this is going to work. By the way, shout out to Matthew Kohai 3 and Sarah modding right now, and Kay Lowry Body, and Andrea Holder moderating. Thank you. Oh, thanks also to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate that. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thank you so much for moderating there. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. So what I'm going to do is, because I haven't eaten, I'm going to eat my food, and I'm going to leave the stream going, and we're going to come back and do more coverage when I get back. But while I'm eating, if something urgent happens, I will stop eating and come right in here. So I will be keeping an eye on everything while I eat. Okay? But In the absence of something super urgent while I eat, I will then come back and we can discuss more. And maybe we'll see I have no confirmation that the U.S. delegation has left for Pakistan yet. Maybe we'll hear something about that. Maybe we'll hear of something about whether Iran's actually attending these peace talks. We haven't heard anything firm about that. And who knows what else? I thought it was going to be a quiet weekend and all this stuff is going on. So give me a little bit. Oops, what I have to do is put this on the screen. Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. It's been a loud weekend, says Austin. Morph thinks the IRGC will respond soon. Do they have anything else planned to respond? They said that they fired some drones at Navy ships in state media, but maybe they have something else planned. I don't know. All right. So give me a little bit. Let me go eat. I'm coming back after I eat. And you can stay in the chat and talk. Thanks to our mods. And I will be back with more live coverage after I eat. All right. Thank you for your patience. We are back now. I appreciate you waiting. By the way, quick thanks to Terry Rose Investor for being a member and for getting a mug. And Andy S8982. I think Andy thinks that the Iranians don't want the ceasefire. Don't want the ceasefire over? I'm trying to figure out exactly how to interpret what Andy said. Maybe Andy is saying that Iranians don't want to get attacked again. I was checking a bunch when I was eating for new updates. I didn't see anything huge. I saw this article. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's get caught up, though. Let's just get caught up on, for people who didn't see what happened with the ship before. Let's talk about that. Thanks, by the way, to Sherlock Holmes for the memberships. Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. I appreciate it. I'm not aware that J.D. Vance and the others have left for Pakistan yet. Anyone see anything about that? I haven't. No, the U.S. military ships don't show on usually don't show on marinetraffic.com. So let me pull this up here. So in case you missed it, U.S. forces operating in the Arabian Sea enforced naval blockade measures against an Iranian-flagged cargo vessel attempting to sail toward an Iranian port today, says the U.S. military. The guided missile destroyer USS Spruance intercepted MV Tusca as it transited the North Arabian Sea at 17 knots en route to Bandar Abbas, Iran. American forces issued multiple warnings and informed the Iranian-flagged vessel it was in violation of the U.S. blockade. After Tusca's crew failed to comply with repeated warnings over a 6-hour period, Spruance directed the vessel to evacuate its engine room. Spruance disabled Tusca's propulsion by firing several rounds from the destroyer's 5-inch Mark 45 gun into Tusca's engine room. U.S. Marines from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit later boarded the non-compliant vessel, which remains in U.S. custody. American forces acted in a deliberate, professional, and proportional manner to ensure compliance, says CENTCOM. Since the blockade's commencement, U.S. forces have directed 25 commercial vessels to turn around or return to an Iranian port. I still haven't seen any, we haven't seen any photos or videos of the ship post-damage, showing the ship damage. Here is the, let's watch this video. Again, from CENTCOM.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Anything? Be ready.
Motor vessel TOUSKA. Motor vessel TOUSKA. Vacate your engine room. Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
Okay, we gave the flare. Now we're getting. Anything? Be ready.
So there you go. That's the video from CENTCOM. I'm guessing at some point we'll get some video or photos of the ship, what it looks like after. Michelle says, that's scary to watch. Bunter Dan says, pirate navy. Yeah, it does look like somebody is actually filming this. Maybe, I don't know if, it doesn't look like a surveillance camera. But the U.S. is now in control of that ship. Thank you, TE88 PFCR, who says, personally, I think the best sources are the U.S. Commander-in-Chief and those who represent him. Thank you, TE88, for all your support. Also, Adagio Q8 gave 5 people memberships. Thanks, Adagio. Please thank Adagio if you got a membership from Adagio, or somebody else if you got a membership or gift subscription from them. All right, so we'll get off of that here. William Connell thinks the worst is to come. Still no word from Iran whether they're going to show up at the talks tomorrow night. Not much response in terms of, not a very detailed response from Iran. After this ship was taken by the U.S., I'll show you what they said, but it was not... we haven't heard that much from them. Where is it here? Right here. Iranian military. The aggressor America violated the ceasefire in maritime piracy by firing at an Iranian merchant ship in the waters of the Sea of Oman and disabling its navigation system by landing a number of its terrorist marines on the deck of the aforementioned vessel. We warn that the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran will soon respond and retaliate against this armed piracy by the U.S. military. Tasnim, Iranian state media, had reported that Iran had fired some drones at U.S. Navy ships after this incident. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's their big response. We'll have to see. One of the viewers, Limited State, said, responding to said when he heard what Iran said, he or she said, "Sure, dude." Dinah Meme says USA is definitely the terrorist at this point, sadly. Regarding what the Lorraine thinks that TOUSKA may have been carrying bomb-making materials. Regarding the ship, let me show you something that was said by the Washington Post in their article. They said the Tusca is owned by an Iranian company that the U.S. has accused of procuring material for Tehran's ballistic missile program. It is part of the Islamic Republic of Iran shipping lanes, a state-owned company under U.S., British, and European Union sanctions that has been described by the U.S. State Department as the preferred shipping line for Iranian proliferators and procurement agents. The TOUSKA, which can carry up to around 4,800 20-foot-long containers, had been traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo. Again, had been traveling back from a Chinese chemical storage port laden with cargo, according to AIS data provided by the global intelligence company Kepler. The Gaolan port is located in Zhuhai, a city on China's southeastern coast. Experts previously told the Washington Post it is a known loading port for chemicals, including sodium perchlorate, a key precursor for solid rocket fuel that Iran needs for its missile program, though it is not immediately clear what materials were on the ship. AIS data shows the ship appeared to be intercepted around 30 miles south of the coast of Iran. When will we hear more about what was on the ship? Will we hear more? That I don't know. Yes, Boba JFET, internet still is blocked in Iran. Thank you, TE88PFCR. I'm not going to, unfortunately, I can't fit too much more on the headline. So the headline's quite limited amount of space. So I'm keeping that up there just so people know the basics of what we're talking about. But there's obviously a lot more details that I can't get in there. There hasn't been anything, hours and hours ago before the ship news. Iran state media had been saying that that they hadn't committed to going to these talks, but we don't have a firm answer yet. Earlier today, Iranian state media had said that Fars had said some sources inside Iran say that Iran, here, I'll show you here. This is hours ago from Iranian state media Fars. Some sources Inside Iran say Iran has not yet made a decision on whether or not to participate in the next round of negotiations, and the overall atmosphere cannot be assessed as very positive. Another source told Fars that Iran will not consider the second Islamabad meeting as long as the U.S. naval blockade continues. And IRNA, which is Iranian state media, said denial of published news about the second round of talks in Islamabad. Get this on the screen here. According to IRNA, the news published about the second round of talks in Islamabad is not true, meaning the news published in America. According to IRNA's foreign policy correspondent, America's excessive demands, unreasonable and unrealistic demands, frequent changes in positions, constant contradictions, and the continuation of the so-called naval blockade, which is considered a violation of the ceasefire agreement, along with threatening rhetoric, have so far hindered the progress of the negotiations, and in these circumstances, there is no clear prospect for fruitful negotiations. The news published by the United States is their media game and is part of the blame game to pressure Iran. So again, we do not have any statement yet from Iran saying they're going to the negotiations. But those statements from Iranian state media I just showed you were from hours ago, before the incident with the ship came up publicly. And also, just to mention again, President Trump did bring up power plants and bridges. This is from this morning. Again, just catching up in case people didn't see some of this stuff. He said Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, Iran did close the strait and attack several ships in the strait yesterday. Iran decided to fire bullets yesterday in the Strait of Hormuz, a total violation of our ceasefire agreement. Many of them were aimed at a French ship and a freighter from the UK. That wasn't nice, was it? My representatives are going to Islamabad, Pakistan. They will be there tomorrow evening for negotiations. Iran recently announced they were closing the strait, which is strange because our blockade has already closed it. They're helping us without knowing, and they are the ones who lose with the closed passage $500 million a day. The United States loses nothing. In fact, many ships are headed right now to the U.S., Texas, Louisiana, Alaska to load up compliments of the IRGC, always wanting to be the tough guy. We're offering a very fair and reasonable deal, and I hope they take it because if they don't, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy. They'll come down fast, they'll come down easy, and if they don't take the deal, it will be my honor to do what has to be done, which should have been done to Iran by other presidents for the last 47 years. It's time for the Iran killing machine to end. So he did bring up the bridges and the electricity plants again. Kaz Michelle thinks it's all getting out of control. Eric Smith said blah, blah, blah. Cravon says, get it done. Thank you, President Trump. Highlight Forever thinks no one will take him seriously from now on. Dan Oga says the gloves are coming off. All right, trying to get you some more updates here. Oil price. Oil, US WTI oil up about 7% today to around 90. Brent crude up about 6% day to about 96. Shannon James thinks a lot of this has been market manipulation. It's always Friday and Sunday. Hot Rod says stock futures are not even down that much. I am seeing futures down like 0.6% on the Dow and the S&P. NASDAQ similar, less 0.5 or something. Similar. Thanks, Evira, for becoming a member. Thank you, Evira. Let me show you a quick video here from Reuters. You can see U.S. seizes Iranian cargo ship as Tehran rejects a second round of peace talks. We don't know exactly if they're going to keep rejecting it. We don't have a firm word yet from them. But here is. That's not what I wanted. That was the wrong video. How about this one? Here, I think we have it here. There we go. This goes along with that Reuters story.
Iran's state news agency on Sunday reported the country had rejected new peace talks with the United States. The rejection came hours after U.S. President Donald Trump said he was sending envoys to Pakistan for talks and would strike Iran unless it accepted his terms. Iran's official news agency wrote, quote, Iran stated that its absence from the second round of talks stems from what it called Washington's excessive demands, unrealistic expectations, constant shifts in stance, repeated contradictions, and the ongoing naval blockade, which it considers a breach of the ceasefire. Trump, meanwhile, said the U.S. military had taken control of an Iranian-flagged cargo ship by blowing a hole in its engine room. He wrote on social media, quote, we have full custody of their ship and are seeing what's on board. The United States has kept a blockade of Iranian ports in place, while Iran has lifted and then reimposed its own blockade of marine traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Before the war, almost 2 months ago, roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply flowed through the strait. Thousands of people have been killed since joint U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran began on February 28. Iran responded to the attacks with missiles and drones against its Arab neighbors that host U.S. bases. The apparent diplomatic setback could set the stage for a renewed surge in oil prices when markets reopen after the weekend. Now in its 8th week, the war has created the most severe shock to global energy supplies in history, sending oil prices surging because of the de facto closure of the strait. Iran's state news agency on...
Again, we don't know for sure whether Iran is coming tomorrow night. Waiting to hear more. I haven't heard them comment on it since before the news came out about the cargo ship. Bob says he's stealing their ships. Look, I said right when this cargo ship thing came out, I said, could that impact whether they go to the negotiations? They might think domestically it looks bad if the U.S. fires on attacks and takes attacks and seizes a Iranian ship, and then the next day Iran is running to negotiations with them. Trash Panda says, someone remind me why we care what Iran media thinks. It's not just Iran media, it's Iran state media. So the idea is when you're reading Iranian state media, essentially you can, depending on, there's a lot of times when you read statements, when they post statements about what the government is thinking, you can kind of take, not always, but a lot of times you can take that as a reasonable, as a government statement, basically. If the government is controlling the media, if there's these government media outlets and they come out with stories about what the government is saying, that's a pretty good indicator. So it's not just showing media. It's not like I'm reading you the Tehran Gazette, which is just lots of independent people in Tehran. I'm showing you state media, what they're posting about it, because that can really help you figure out what the Iran government is thinking and saying. Yeah, and some people are saying it's propaganda. Well, how is it if I literally, for example, I've shown you what Iran is saying about negotiations, whether they're going to go or not go, what they say they want to happen with the Strait of Hormuz after the after there's a peace deal, if there's a peace deal, what they want the long-term plan for the Strait of Hormuz is. That's not propaganda. That's literally stating what they want to happen. It's not even stating a fact about the world. It's stating their desire of what's going to happen. It's propaganda because it doesn't fit the people's narratives. Again, you guys, you gotta distinguish between different things they say. There's all kinds of things get posted in Iranian state media. But if they say this is where we're not going to negotiations, that's an important statement about whether they're going to negotiations. That's not propaganda. Now, they might have other stuff in there that you don't agree with about what they think about the United States and all that. But again, saying whether they're going to negotiations or what they're going to demand in negotiations or that they would like to charge tolls, which they've said again and again and again, that they want to charge tolls permanently in the strait. That's an expression of what they want. Whether or not you agree with what they want or not, they're telling you what they want. Anyways. Yeah, if you're saying that again, I'm not going to get into a big argument about this, but if you're saying everything that's said by Iranian state media is propaganda, and anytime you show any of it, you're just showing propaganda and there's no news value used to it, you're just not, you're either turned your brain off and are not actually thinking, or you just like to say things are propaganda. Because it's just clear that numerous things in state media are useful as basically government statements of what the government is thinking and their intentions and their negotiating position. And so, again, if you're just saying, well, everything's propaganda, that's not a very thoughtful position. And you're either just being argumentative or you've just stopped thinking. I'm happy to discuss, I'm always happy to have debates about different things, but it is just not a reasonable thing to say everything that's said by Iranian media is propaganda. None of it is news value. That's just wrong. It's just wrong, and it's obvious it's wrong. And I see it again. I've been seeing it again and again and again. There's actually, I believe it or not, I actually exercise choice. The vast majority of what is posted in Iranian state media, I'm not posting on my X account or telling you on the broadcast. There's certain things that are posted in there that are important for various reasons, which I've told you. How did we find out? The Strait of Hormuz is closed, right? Strait of Hormuz is closed. I think you'd agree with that. Nothing's gone through the last couple of days. How do we find out that happened? We found out by reading Iranian state media. I showed you the government posting, and the government said, we're closing the Strait of Hormuz. And any ship that approaches is going to be attacked. How is that propaganda? They're just telling you what they did. So again, I'm not literally repeating every single article in state media, but it's just obvious that not every single thing in Iranian state media is propaganda. And if you want to understand what's going on in Iran, you're not going to get complete understanding, but if you want to get their negotiating position and some of the things that are going on, it's important to look at that stuff. I remember when we were trying to figure out, remember when President Trump said the Strait of Hormuz is open, right? And there was that one post by Araghchi, the foreign minister, which claimed the Strait of Hormuz was open. And we were trying to figure out what's really going on. And it turned out that it wasn't open, right? But how did we first know that? Well, I started looking at the Iranian state media, what it was saying about that. And we got to see in Iranian state media that they were actually criticizing the original post by the foreign minister. They lied about attending the first negotiations. Well, what they said several times is they were not going to attend the negotiations if A, B, or C didn't happen. And I believe some of those things did not happen. That's true. You know who else has said things that said things that didn't happen? The U.S., the Trump administration, and every other administration sometimes says things that don't happen. So, you know. But at a certain point, it's just like, I mean, I actually think it's an incredible help to be able to, unfortunately, we have very limited access to what's going on in Iran. We don't have there's not a free press there. The internet's down. But if you want to know what the government is thinking, I think you got to look at their social media. You got to look at their state media. That's gonna be a big clue what the government is thinking, regardless of whether you like their government or not. I don't know how you get a picture of what's going on in this war that's remotely balanced unless you have an idea of what their government is thinking. Okay, anyways. Okay. Let's move on. Is the boat on marine traffic? No, the boat that was seized was on marine traffic and stopped broadcasting, I think like 11 hours ago or something. Yeah, almost 11 hours ago is the last location information and tracking information from the ship. You can see it turn apparently after getting taken over, but that's it. I don't know if we're going to hear anything more from President Trump tonight. He doesn't have anything on his schedule, but I don't know if we're going to hear anything more from him. I've also seen some articles come out in recent days talking about many analysts and experts who cover Iran think there may be disagreement among the people who lead Iran and like a power struggle and different people who want different things in the negotiations. There was a whole article today in The Economist called "Which Iran is America Dealing With?" They say the deep divisions within the Iranian delegation mean both that it will be hard to reach a deal and that any agreement with America could quickly unravel. They talk about how there's a vacuum at the top, power-wise, in Iran. Moshtaba Khamenei, the son of the previous supreme leader, the previous one was killed, remember, several weeks ago. He is thought to be either incapacitated or too weak to impose authority. Number of other top leadership has been killed during the war. So you have some top political leaders who have been negotiating, but The Economist says their willingness to negotiate has provoked a backlash, particularly from the Revolutionary Guard, the 190,000 strong force that defends the Islamic Republic. To outsiders, that divide has been visible in contradictory pronouncements over the status of the Strait of Hormuz in the past couple of days. So there's this whole issue. Are the people who President Trump and who the Trump negotiators end up negotiating with, do they even have the power to, are they representing the whole country? Are they representing the whole leadership? Could they make a deal and then the Revolutionary Guard says, we don't like that deal? Fletch says, I'll bet there's a lot of chaos in the leadership. I mean, Institute for the Study of War has talked about the same thing. I mean, there's an article about it in the Wall Street Journal today. Tui says, is the Guard running the show? Hang on here. If I can pull this up. The Institute for the Study of War yesterday in their update said that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Commander Major General Ahmad Vahidi and individuals close to him may have effectively controlled the negotiations process throughout the war, which is traditionally a role reserved for political leaders, not military leaders. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard's consolidation of control over Iranian decision-making indicates that the Iranian political officials currently negotiating with the United States do not have the authority to independently determine Iran's negotiating positions. We recently assessed that the U.S. is negotiating with a divided committee of hardliners and pragmatists that lacks a cohesive, unified position. So that obviously can make things difficult because you can be negotiating with people who don't represent what the rest of the leadership thinks. And then they make a deal with you and the rest of the leadership says, well, we don't want that deal. That damned Yankee says bait and switch while buying time to recover, an old trick. That damned Yankee seems to think that it would be like intentionally messing up the negotiations on Iran's side. I'll post a link to this article from the Institute for the Study of War. They have other articles there about Iran as well. Yeah, and again, like I said, the Wall Street Journal had a similar article today. So it's not, you see a lot of places reporting this. Wall Street Journal says, oh, wait, let's see, where is it here? The Wall Street Journal talks about how the Iranian foreign minister is seeking to secure a grand pact with the U.S. that would ultimately normalize relationships between the two countries, but the Revolutionary Guard leadership wants to keep from the discussions both Iran's military capabilities and its support for affiliated militias across the Middle East. And also, the Wall Street Journal said in recent days there have been public fissures between Iran's civilian leadership and the military hardliners in the Revolutionary Guard over how much to bend to U.S. demands. By the way, thanks so much to Shaf. Hey, Shaf, that's really nice of you. Thanks for shouting out the mods. Thanks for your support of the channel, Shaf. That's very generous of you. Really appreciate it from Shaf. Thank you. Also, thanks Motivational Living. Thanks Carrie Poteet. She says, official government statements equal straight from the horse's mouth. Thank you, Anna P. Anna P. thinks that Iran never intended to have the talks lead anywhere. According to my grandmother in Tehran, she says they were just buying time. Some of our viewers think they're just buying time. D. Letty thinks the Iranians don't know if they are negotiating with Trump or Netanyahu. David Sinclair says the IRGC are more hardline than the civilian leadership. Although I wouldn't call the. I think you have to. I'm not an expert on this, but I think you have to be careful about like when you say moderate from Iran for Iran doesn't mean necessarily moderate, more moderate. If the political leadership is more moderate than the military, that doesn't mean the political leadership is like super pro-Western. So there's moderate for Iran, but that might be seen as hardline compared to the West. Black Cat thinks the Revolutionary Guard has taken over and the diplomats have no real power. Thanks, Amy McCune, for being a member. Thanks, Nashinas. Thank you, Nashinas. 26, I appreciate that. Also, thanks, Kitsachi. Thanks for being a longtime member. Jesus UCSB. Thanks, Jesus UCSB. And also Adagio. Thanks, Adagio, for your support. Adagio Q8. Patrick DeHaan, known as Gas Buddy Guy, says 48 of the nation's 50 states have seen gas prices decline in the last week. We still don't know if there's going to be talks tomorrow night. Is it tomorrow night or Tuesday night? They're supposed to get there tomorrow night. I don't have a schedule or anything. I thought one of the articles had said that Trump had said the talks would be on a certain day, but I can't remember. I think he talked to Fox News about it today. Maybe they have something about it. Thanks, by the way, to Cece over on Twitch. Thank you, Cece. Also, Dynameme, thank you. Ehawk MPA, thanks for subscribing on Twitch. Fox News says the peace talks were expected to be on Tuesday. Again, the U.S. delegation is supposed to be arriving Monday night. Also, Fox News says President Trump told Fox News' Trey Yingst today that there is an ongoing fight between moderates and crazies in Iran amid the negotiations. That's what Trump told them. I have not seen any kind of new update from Iranian news about whether they'll attend the talks in hours. I think some people are seeing repeats of old reports, but I haven't seen anything new in hours about this. Lots of ships just sitting there, says one of our viewers. I think in the last day or so, one ship has gone through. See, AP says the news that the U.S. attacked and seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship threw into question Trump's earlier announcement that U.S. negotiators would head to Pakistan on Monday for another round of talks with Iran. That had raised hopes of extending a fragile ceasefire set to expire by Wednesday, but Iran has not confirmed it would attend. Something else that's interesting is, regardless of the fact that there was a blockade, given that President Trump had said we want to have these, here's the Strait of Hormuz, by the way, part of it. Given that President Trump had said this morning that there was going to be these peace talks, this morning he said that, and he said he was announced he was sending his representatives to get there Monday night. One school of thinking would be, unless you really have to, don't do anything to mess up the peace talks. So it's interesting that that ship was, not just taken over, but fired upon. Because that's probably a sensitive thing for Iran. It's their ship. It's the Iranian government ship. So now someone else might say, well, maybe they do it to get some leverage in the negotiations so that Iran thinks it's in a worse position or something. I don't know. But it's an interesting, I think, one way to have played it, whether or not whatever you think of it, would be to just, hey, we're having these talks. Let's just avoid doing anything that gets anybody too upset between now and then. But whatever you think of it, that's not what the administration did. It was a blockade. They can't let it pass. Well, this is sort of what I'm saying. They can let anything do whatever they want. In the big scheme of things, was the cargo on that ship, how important was it? I don't know. They could also have just, I assume there's a way that they could have taken that ship without firing on it. Now, maybe it's more dangerous or something. I don't know. But my point is that, it's a choice you make. So it's interesting to me that was done. It would also, of course, be very interesting to know what was the back and forth between the ship and the U.S. And if the ship really just ignored everything the U.S. said, well, why did the ship do that? Is that something Iran wanted the ship to do? Did the Iranian government tell the ship to do that? Precisely to create a situation. Jag Hatai says they'd probably been in a lot of trouble back home if they had done asked. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if ultimately it's an Iranian government run business shipping company. So it ultimately seems like it's up to the Iranian government to tell them what to do. But we don't know all the details. Jack says they shot innocent sailors on international waters. We still don't know if anybody was hurt. We don't know. Thank you so much, Noel Gilliland. Thank you, Noel Gilliland. I appreciate that. It is hard to get information coming out of Iran, certainly. Thank you, Martin Ging, who says, I thought Iran fired on ships yesterday. Yes, they did, as we've been saying. It sounds like you're, but I mean, Iran has attacked ships, has attacked a number of ships in the Strait of Hormuz during the conflict, during the war. Now, if you're saying, well, that means the U.S. had to fire on their ship, again, all I'm saying is, there's different ways you can handle these things. I'm not telling you which way you should or shouldn't do it, but something in theory, something like firing at the cargo ship, and hitting it, attacking the cargo ship, could interfere with the talks. Thank you, Music Matters. The blockade has been going on, I want to say about a week, but I have to look it up. April 13th, I'm seeing, which would be 6 days ago. Music Matters and some other of our viewers say that this was in international waters today with the ship, with the cargo ship. I believe it was. I am not an international law expert and a maritime law expert, so I don't know. I'm not the one to be able to say. We've had viewers with different opinions about whether the U.S. blockade is lawful under international law. That is not something I have a good background to tell you answer to. Thank you, Music Matters. I appreciate it. We talked about this ship earlier, the Arroyo. There's no location data for the last basically 6 hours. Several cruise ships that were seemingly trapped in the Gulf have left in the last couple days. This one appears like it might have made it out. I don't know if it had permission from Iran or not, but I mean, it left here on the 18th. I mean, that right there is about, over 24 hours ago, leaving the UAE. So it seemed like it was trying to get through the strait close to the Oman side. Maybe it was just trying to get through and risking it. I don't know. There's a number of, in the last day, a number of cruise ships also went close to Oman, close to the south side there of the strait, and went through there. Oh, just Joanne mentioned this. At least 4 Iranian or Iranian-linked ships appear to be attempting to pass the U.S. Navy's blockade line, says Institute for the Study of War. Oh, we were looking at some of these last night. One of the viewers mentioned these last night. Mercado mentioned it, some of these ships. So 2 of them, the Basel and the CECI. Here, I'll show you this. This is from Institute for the Study of War. They said, here, at least 4 Iranian or Iranian-linked ships appear to be attempting to pass the U.S. Navy's blockade line. U.S. officials have said they would interdict vessels beyond the blockade line. Have they actually said this line, though? I mean, I've heard that the U.S. forces are hanging out outside of the strait, but I don't know that they've I haven't heard everything. I didn't listen to all the press conference and everything, so maybe they said it at some point. Anyways, both the Basel and the CC originated from Iranian ports, which would make them subject to blockade, while the NV Aquamarine is listed as a blacklisted tanker, which is, I believe the U.S. has said they're going to go after that kind of thing too. I mean, whether or not it's the line, practically speaking, the U.S. ships are staying, more outside the strait. So practically speaking, that might be where, if they're going to interdict, they do it roughly outside this line. So there's this question of will any of those ships get stopped? Oh, see, all right, here it is. I didn't see this press conference. I probably should, but we've been busy and all that stuff. U.S. Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane said on March 16th that U.S. forces will interdict any ship that crosses the blockade line, which runs diagonally across the Gulf of Oman. Well, there you go. It says it right there. So I guess they did say it. I guess. I'd have to go back and see, though. But anyways, I can show you where those ships are. So they'd be around here. I can see them here. We're looking for the Basel, CECI, NV Aquamarine. Gonna have to look these up. I'm not sure where they are. Oh, there's Art Man right there. That's one of them, Art Man. So I don't know this ship, but where was it going? It did make it outside the strait. The Art Man. Looks like maybe, so did it turn around? So this one looks like it may have been turned around. See the Art Man? The Iranian flagged Art Man container ship. Certainly looks like it made a quick turn around, that would be about 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago would have turned around. So maybe that was confronted by the U.S. military. Patricia Gray says that's how we do U-turns here. Maybe it was confronted by the U.S. military and told you got to go to port. When's the last This is from that location. I mean, that's from 9 minutes ago. So that's the art man. So that one could have been turned around. Claudia thinks it got turned around at the line. Let me go back here and show you. I mean, the line would be, as I am seeing it. Well, actually, it's hard. Right here, right? Yeah, this would be the line. The line would be going across here. So that one did seem to turn, the line goes right across between here and here. So it did seem like this one was turned around right when it got to that line. That's interesting. Because the top part of the line is the Iran-Pakistan border, which you can see right there. Huh. That's the art man. Now the NV Aquamarine is already outside the line? I don't know. NV Aquamarine, that is going to Indonesia. It is Vietnam flagged. Yeah, that's still going right now. I mean, doesn't mean they can't track it down, but that is still going, the NV Aquamarine. They say that this ship is under U.S. sanctions, the Institute for the Study of War, and is blacklisted by United Against Nuclear Iran. So I'll have to keep an eye on that ship. Then what were the other two? The Basel and the Ceci. Basel bulk carrier. Yeah, this one is also underway. Continues to go. The Basel. Basel originated at an Iranian port, it says. Yes, right there. So this is technically breaking the blockade because it originated from an Iranian port. You never know, though. It might get stopped in international waters. Then the other one is the Ceci. CECI. Ceci bulk carrier. Hey, and that one got out too. It's like about half hour ago, the data. Interesting. Ceci also originated from an Iranian port. So I cannot speak to what the U.S. thinks of those ships and if they're planning on stopping them. Well, one of them was stopped, the Art Man. It looks like one of them was stopped. How about the other three? I don't know. Yeah, we already talked about Christopher Severs. We already talked about those two ships that in the past day tried to make it across the strait and then they made a U-turn, but then the G Summer went back and went across. I'll show it quickly again. Thank you, Christopher Severs. Yeah, we showed that before as something interesting that happened in the past day. See if I can quickly show it here. was right there. You're talking about these two, right? Yeah, you can see G Summer and Meta. The strait has been closed basically the last day or so, but G Summer and Meta tried to get across. But what happened is you eventually see that they make a U-turn. But then hours later, the G Summer went across. You'll see the U-turn in a second here. There it is right there. See, they just U-turned and they went back. That was over. That was in the last day. But then G Summer hours later made it across. They're both tankers. Thanks so much to Christopher Severs. I really appreciate that, Christopher. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I don't have details on why that happened. Why did they get stopped the first time? And why did G Summer go again and seem to make it through? See, there's G Summer right there. That's hours later. Look, it goes through. You'll see it. Ruth thinks maybe they were trying to sneak past originally. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't know. But they were going on. They weren't, well, I don't know. But it seemed originally they weren't they weren't hugging the southern coast or something. But I don't know. Well, there's G Summer. You can see G Summer seems to have made it through. God, there is all the way down there. So. It would be nice to have more information on the individual ships, their situations, but we're limited with what information we get. Gorgeous Stencil says, I think we let them go because of what they were carrying. Maybe the U.S. military had information about them and decided to let them go for something like that. Yeah, I'm seeing some of our viewers are talking about that you can see a couple of Pakistani warships on marine traffic off of Oman. I don't know what they're doing there and if they normally would be there and why they're, why are they showing up now? Yeah, Pakistan warship 3 and 4. View on live map. There it is. Source 3 minutes ago. So why is this Pakistani warship? Why is it visible? Pakistan warship. I don't have a picture of it. Unknown type. Hang on, I got all messed up here. There. So that's one. That's over here. Pakistan, remember, Pakistan is right up here. There's the Pakistan-Iran border here. There's Pakistan here. So it's Pakistan warship. And there's Pakistan warship 3 is all the way over here. I don't know what these Pakistan warships are doing. There's a second one right there. Beats me. But again, there's one right there. One right over where? Now I can't find it. Pakistan Warship 3. You can look up, if you want, you can check yourself, marinetraffic.com. There's Pakistan Warship 3. I don't know that they're playing any role in the blockade. In theory, they could be. I don't know. Hey, thanks also, Wildcat Mahone. Wildcat Mahone, thank you so much. And also, thank you for your donation. That's the name of the person. Thank you. Thanks also, Big Dog Gaming. Yeah, Wisco Joe says maybe they regularly patrol those waters. Very true. They could be their regular patrol route. Oh, another alleged narco-terrorist boat was blown up. It's so interesting that, like, for a while, the U.S. had stopped blowing up these alleged drug boats, and now they're just happening all the time. Here's another one. Look. On April 19th, at the direction of Southcom Commander General Francis L. Donovan, Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by a designated terrorist organization. Intelligence confirmed the vessel was transiting on a known narco-trafficking routes. It's always the same blurb, basically. In the Caribbean and was engaged in narco-trafficking. 3 male narco-terrorists were killed. Patricia says, I don't know that the U.S. decides when they appear. I mean, maybe it's the case that it's totally determined by how often they appear. I don't know. There's a list I can show you. I think Wikipedia has a list, by the way. So here's a list on Wikipedia. Yeah, look how much it picks up. They don't even have the latest one. They don't have the one from today. So April 11th, April 13th, April 14th, April 15th, there were two reported on April 11th. So there's been all these recent in the last 8 days, there's been 6 boats. 6 boats in 8 days. Before that, I mean, you have this one, 3 in the rest of March. And then in February, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in February. In January, one of them. And a bunch in December. But this is really, I mean, comparatively speaking, This is a bunch in a short amount of time. Maven's Picks thinks they're doing it when they try to create a narrative. Pete Weymouth says, I wouldn't want to be a boat in the Caribbean. Did they stop and start again in terms of the actual boats being there? Beats me. I have not gotten any update yet on whether Iran's going to negotiations tomorrow night. I need like 1 minute. My water bottle is empty. My water bottle is empty. That's not good. Thank you, Bill F1P, for being a member. Thanks, Bill. All right, hold on a moment. I need 1 minute. My water bottle is empty. All right, 1 moment. Okay. Hey, thanks, by the way, Danny Morales. That's really nice of you, Danny. Very generous of you. Thanks, Danny, for supporting the channel. Danny Morales. Also, shout out to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate it. Haley Girl's here right now. And Ruth. And Roberts May Queen. Thank you. Linda Bell, Clary, and Misha over there on X, who moderate there. Facebook moderators. Big thank you. Kay Lowry Body is over there. Thanks, Kay, for moderating. Oh, I'm missing something. Hold on. Thanks to our Twitch mods as well. Good luck, Duck, Matthew, Kohai 3, and Sarah. Thanks also to Big Dog Gaming for your support. Thank you, Big Dog Gaming. And Byte Mode, thank you, Byte Mode. Oh, for modding and for the membership. Byte Mode is modding too, I think. Thanks, Byte Mode. I want to mention this real quick because some viewers talked about it earlier and we were so busy I didn't get a chance to talk about it. Just real quick, 8 children killed at home in Louisiana, domestic violence, police say. Terrible. A gunman killed 7 of his children and an 8th minor in a domestic violence incident in Shreveport, Louisiana, before the gunman was fatally shot by police, which is super terrible. I know a lot of you have heard about this. The children's ages ranged from about 1 to 14. The suspect first shot a woman and then went to a nearby home where he killed the children. The suspect and one woman who was shot were the parents of 7 of the children. The suspect carjacked a vehicle after the shootings and was killed when police fired at the vehicle during a chase. Suspect's motive is unclear. Reuters was unable to determine whether the suspect had a domestic violence history. Police are working to determine the motive. Yeah, so, incredibly terrible. Yes, according to the story, a gunman killed 7 of his children and an 8th minor in a domestic violence incident. By the way, just to mention, AP said that in that case in Shreveport, a police spokesperson said that the suspect had been arrested in 2019 in a firearms case. Police were not aware of any other domestic violence issues. And police said the shootings were the result of a, quote, domestic disturbance. Our viewer, Darth Tater, mentioned that Al Jazeera reports that, several ships were attacked yesterday by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz. The French shipping company CMA CGM confirmed that one of its ships was subjected to warning shots in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday. The AFP, citing the International Maritime Organization, identified the vessel as the Everglades and said it sustained damage during the encounter, but it did not provide specific details on the extent of the impact. That was one of the ships yesterday that was, again, I guess it says here warning shots, but also an unconfirmed report that it was damaged. CMA CGM Everglade, I assume that's it right there. That's it right there. It is a large container ship, you can see. It's a container ship there. CMA CGM Everglade. Look at that. And that ship is currently I lost sight of it. Where'd it go? View on live map. Past track. Was this yesterday? No, that's the 13th. 19th, 18th. Oh, it looks like maybe so it was see this here? Well, what am I looking at? No, it's here. That's the 17th. So maybe see it's green and then it gets yellow. Maybe that's where maybe that's where the incident was. I don't know exactly. I'd have to look up the incidents yesterday, but that ship, the Everglade, which had warning shots fired on it, is now here. I'm assuming that's the one. It's interesting. There were 3 reports from UK MTO of incidents yesterday, and none of them were at that location. So I wonder if that's an additional one that happened that we didn't know about yesterday. By the way, thank you to thanks so much to Velibor Vucetic. Velibor Vucetic, I think it is. Thank you, Velibor, for your support and your note. That's really nice of you. Thanks, Velibor. Also, Crispy. Hey, thanks to Crispy. I appreciate it, Crispy 9775. I have seen no more updates from President Trump about anything. I've seen no more updates from the Trump administration about anything. I'm not aware that J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner have left on a plane yet for Pakistan. And I have seen no more from from Iran about whether they're going to go to the negotiations. Nothing conclusive. Nothing about it that I haven't seen anything about that since the boat was attacked and then taken over. Yeah, Eyes on Heaven, we literally just discussed that about 15 minutes ago. Thank you, Miss Curvy, for watching. Miss Curvy says, my plane fare that I just took, had to travel for business. Plane fare was crazy because of this war. It's affecting us doing international business. Yeah, I believe jet fuel is about twice the price that it was before the war. We've talked about that. Thank you also, Frosty Dog, for being a member. Raymond Thompson, our viewer, says, blowing up Iran's infrastructure will not deter the evil regime of the Islamic Republic. They don't care about the Iranian people. They have transportation that does not require bridges like helicopters. They have generators that provide electricity to their private homes and underground facilities. That's what Raymond thinks. Thanks, Raymond, for writing in. Misfit Studio sent me a post online that claims that the Pakistani warships are escorting Pakistani ships through the U.S. blockade. I have no idea if that's true. I have no idea if that's actually true. Where is one of the Pakistani ships? We saw a couple Pakistani warships out here that you could actually see. Pakistan warship right there. You know what we can do? We can do this. We can go back. Last 24 hours. Go here. If I can find it here. Pakistan warship 4. What happened to it? Where'd it go? I just saw it. Pakistan warship 4. Right there. There's Pakistan warship 4. Now I'm going to put this in reverse and I'm going to press play and There's Pakistan. We'll just look at Pakistan warship 4 the last couple hours. So, I mean, I'm looking at Pakistan warship 4 right there. I don't really see it. It's kind of just hanging out, right? To me, it looks like it's kind of just hanging out there. And I've just replayed it about what? About 5 hours. That's 6 hours. I think I've replayed it that much. I mean, it just kind of seems to be hanging out there. All right. Well, that was that. I certainly didn't see Pakistan warship 4 doing something that looked like escorting ships to me. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying we just watched, about 10 hours worth. It is interesting looking at that, though. I'd have to find the Pakistan warship. Oh, there's 3. Here's Pakistan warship 3. Okay, so let's do the same thing for Pakistan warship P. We'll play it forward. Pakistan warship 3. This is like 20 hours ago. Again, it's there. Okay, it's going over there. It goes back. Kind of saying, sort of like warship 4, kind of in the same area while other ships go by. Now it's gone. There, now it's back. Same area. I would say the same thing with that. It looks like it's just kind of patrolling an area or something. It's interesting, though. Anyways. Thank you for writing in. Misfits Studio. PW360 said, what happened to Trump saying yesterday we'd know by the end of the day whether there will be a deal? I don't know that he specifically said that. I thought he just said we will know more by the end of the day. I mean, I don't want to go back. We'd have to go back and really parse his language, but I remember what he said. It wasn't exactly clear. He said we'd have more news by the end of the day yesterday. Maybe about peace talks. I don't know. I don't remember him saying we'll know by the end of the day if there'll be a deal. But I don't know. But again, I remember following it, and I don't remember him saying something that specific. The cruise ships, I believe that the cruise ships that we see the last couple of days leaving the Gulf, I believe they don't have passengers on them. Dale says, isn't it a little odd that J.D. Vance is not going to negotiation talks? J.D. Vance, according to the White House, is going to negotiation talks. President Trump had told a reporter earlier today that J.D. Vance wasn't. But it seems like there was a little confusion or something. I don't know what happened, but after that call, the White House said he was going. So last we've heard from the White House is that J.D. Vance is going. By the way, I owe a big thanks to TE88 PFCR. That's really nice of you, TE88. That's very generous of you. Wow. TE88, thank you for your generous support of the channel. It's really nice of you. I know TE88 has given a bunch of memberships to viewers as well. So big thank you, TE88 PFCR. That's very nice of you. Also, PVP. Thank you, PVP, for your support. We haven't gotten any more information about the Iranian cargo ship. You know, what was on it? Was anyone hurt on the ship, for example? El Dorado says it's not the Iranian cargo ship anymore. It's the U.S. and Israelis cargo ship. Well, the U.S. is in control of it right now. I don't think I've gotten any. I haven't gotten any of the. If they're going to have talks in Islamabad, I'll probably get Islamabad live cameras, but I don't have any right now. I do not have any Islamabad live cameras. Oil has dropped a little bit, by the way, since the market opened today. Oil is about 94.5 Brent and about 88.5 WTI, up roughly 5% on the day. Thanks so much to Revolution 76 Media, who says something's got to give this week. How many more deadlines can the president keep giving them? Well, I mean, look, we were talking about this just towards the start of the war and talking about how President Trump probably doesn't think he can leave with Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, right? He's not going to want to stop the war with Iran still in control of the Strait of Hormuz. But how do you not have them in control of the Strait of Hormuz? It's very easy for, I mean, it's not very easy. I'm just saying it's not, they don't have to shut the Strait of Hormuz, they basically just have to attack a few ships, which they can do from their shore with, like a couple drones or, missiles, but they don't need a giant army and a giant navy. So, and they're not going to want to just say, okay, we're not attacking anymore and give up that leverage. That's the biggest leverage they have right now. So how does this, we've been asking for weeks, how does this situation play out? And it's not been clear. And it's still not clear. Now remember, President Trump put a blockade on Iran, blockaded their ports, apparently to try to pressure them to give up control of the Strait of Hormuz. And other things. Tasha says this is going to take patience and strategy. Son of Revolution says it's a process you can't expect terrorists to give in, to just give in. It takes force. The other thing is what if Iran just, I mean, what if Iran just says, okay, we won't attack the Strait of Hormuz, fine. We're not going to attack the Strait of Hormuz. And they sign some piece of paper saying they won't attack the Strait of Hormuz. And then the U.S. goes home. And then what if they just attack the Strait of Hormuz again? Right? So I don't know how this all is going to play out. Imagine Wagons thinks U.S. can never go home after this. They need to stay here for a few years. Trash Panda says, then we go back. Sign of the Times says, I can't imagine the U.S. will just head home after a signature. Betty Westbrook says, I feel like something will happen after the sun comes up. Oh, is there a new report from the Wall Street Journal? Where was that? Oh, I didn't see this before. The Navy sends in the robots to clear Hormuz of mines? The Wall Street Journal reported today the U.S. military is using sea drones to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines that might be lurking there, in a quiet effort to ease Iran's stranglehold on the waterway and begin reopening commercial shipping. As I've said before, what shut down the Strait of Hormuz was not mines. What shut down the Strait of Hormuz was the Iran attacking ships with, it looked like drones and missiles. So even if you remove any supposed mines that are there, that doesn't prevent Iran from attacking, in and of itself, from attacking ships. The Wall Street Journal says the risk of getting attacked is the main deterrent to ship traffic, and the U.S. officials have made contradictory comments about the number of mines and the risk they pose. Darcy says it helps. Well, I mean, if you're going to open it up, you got to remove mines if they're there. That's true. That's interesting. I hadn't seen that story today. It was about 11 hours ago in the Wall Street Journal. Hadn't even seen it. So again, the Wall Street Journal says the U.S. military is using sea drones to help clear the Strait of Hormuz of mines that might be lurking there in a quiet effort to ease Iran's stranglehold. Sea drones are an increasingly important part of the U.S. Navy's countermine capabilities. They use sonar to scan the bottom of the ocean for mines without putting sailors at risk, says Wall Street Journal. Wall Street Journal also reports that the U.S. is using manned and unmanned capabilities in the countermine operation. I hadn't seen that. President Trump had said on a social media post on Friday that Iran, with the help of USA, has removed or is removing all sea mines. The Wall Street Journal says shipping industry leaders warned that the statement was not accurate. The chief safety officer at one of the world's largest international ship owners associations said credible reports indicate a risk of mines. Standing Watch, our viewers, says, by the looks of all the ships moving all around that strait and waterways, none have hit a mine, so maybe none even exist. It's possible none exist. Also, I mean, Iran has put out a map and said you need to go on this route. If you don't, you risk hitting a mine. So I don't know how much ships are, following that route. Not many are going through total, and most of the ones that go through are going in Iran's prescribed route. But yeah, I mean, we don't know for sure if there are mines. It's been reported, but I'm not aware of conclusive evidence that Iran has laid mines. Also, remember, I mean, you see these arrows are much more they're much bigger than the ships are, right? If you zoom in, the arrows are the same size. You got to zoom way in, and then you get then you can, and you'll. So my point is, between here and here, distance from here to there, that's 28 nautical miles. That's 30 something miles. So obviously those arrows are not the size of the actual ships. I mean, some of the ships can clearly be pretty big, but especially if a ship is going through lengthwise, it's not necessarily going to hit a mine even if one is there. Here's a good example. If you go in here, if I can show you this. When a ship is right near one land, it helps because you can zoom in and say, oh, actually, I see what you're talking about with the. Here, hold on. Yeah, I mean, that's a passenger ship. And you see, if you zoom in more, you can see, all right, well, there's the ship and there's land. So the ships can look bigger when you're zoomed out. They can look bigger relative to the land than they are. So remember, I was saying to you, it's possible, seems to me possible that this attack and seizure of a cargo ship coming right before the negotiations, I was saying, will that maybe make Iran not want to go to the negotiations? Al Jazeera talked to associate professor at the University of Tehran, and she said that it's possible that she said at the delicate moment of starting the second round of talks, they attacked the Iranian ship. And she says Iranian officials believe the U.S. efforts for a second round of negotiations are merely cover for a renewed military assault. Remember, we've seen this in Iranian media, but both times that the U.S. attacked Iran, last year and this year, negotiations were still going on. Now, I don't know what they really think in Iran, in the Iranian leadership, but this University of Tehran associate professor that Al Jazeera talked to said that maybe in Iran, when this attack happens right before negotiations, they think maybe it's a sign that the U.S. is going to start a new military attack on Iran, and negotiations are just a cover for that. And remember, the ceasefire ends on Wednesday. Rush Lane says these aren't really negotiations. It's a list of conditions that Iran needs to adhere. You know, we've heard from both sides their different demands, which seem pretty maximalist. There's a bunch of reporting. There's reporting out there which says that they're actually talking about Iran agreeing for a certain number of years to not enrich uranium. Although I think at times President Trump had said he wouldn't do that kind of deal, and it had to be forever. But I don't know. But there's a number of reports out there that say that, like, the U.S. wants them to not enrich for 20 years, but the Iran wants to not enrich for 5 years. It's possible those kind of things are being discussed, while both sides aren't talking about it in public and saying what their position is. Mr. Cranky Fan says neither side will get what they want. These days of war thinks Iran is stalling to give the Strait more time closed to wreck the global economy. It's possible, certainly possible. Olive Oil thinks the U.S. doesn't negotiate, they demand. Cliff thinks it's 100% impasse. Another interesting thing is how long will these? I mean, I believe that the Iran deal in 2015 that was discussed for years. There were years of negotiations, I believe. So, you know, the last round was less than a day. It was less than 24 hours. So are they going to go again? Is it going to be a longer round or another one day thing? Oh, also, just so you know, there's a bunch of reporting out there claiming that what the Trump administration wants is some sort of framework, not a whole deal, just a framework of a deal. So they can say that would allow them to say we're making progress, but it would avoid the details. So that's another thing to keep in mind, is if something gets agreed on, what is getting agreed on? And are the difficult details in that or not? That's something that could happen, though. Haruna Q says memorandum of understanding. But I've seen a number of reports that say that. Well, I wonder if I can show you something with it. Hold on a second here. Yeah, look, so this is something from Reuters. Allies fear a rushed U.S.-Iran framework deal could backfire, leaving technical deadlock. Reuters said that European allies, now, think of this what you will. I think there's a more general point here. They say European allies fear an inexperienced U.S. negotiating team is pushing for a swift, headline-grabbing framework deal with Iran that could entrench rather than resolve deeper problems. Now, regardless of what you think of the U.S. negotiating team, it's possible that whatever you think of them, that maybe they'll want to just get something done. But you can see one senior European diplomat says, the concern isn't that there won't be an agreement. It's that there will be a bad initial agreement that creates endless downstream problems. So the idea, you can see here, Diplomats said a skeletal agreement may be achievable, built around a nuclear package and an economic package. But that's just the framework. One European diplomat said, the Americans think you agree on 3 or 4 points in a 5-page document and that's it. But on the nuclear file, every clause opens the door to a dozen more disputes. So, for example, it says, talks are focusing on Iran's stockpile of nearly 970 pounds of uranium enriched to 60%, material that could be used for several nuclear weapons if further enriched. The favored option is downblending inside Iran under IAEA supervision. Another is a hybrid approach with some material shipped abroad. Turkey and France have been mentioned as possible destinations. Shipping material to the United States would be politically difficult for Iran, while Russia is unattractive to Washington. Even those options would require lengthy negotiations over receiving material possibly buried by airstrikes, verifying quantities, and transporting it securely. One Western diplomat said, whatever happens now is only a starting point, said a Western diplomat previously involved in nuclear talks. That's why the 2015 JCPOA ran to 160 pages. France's chief negotiator from 2006 to 2009 said negotiation with Iran is meticulous and subtle. Every word matters. That is not something you rush. So again, it's just the general idea here is that the things they're negotiating on, when you get down to the details, can be really complex. You know, for example, if there's things that need to be verified, like who gets to come in and verify it, and where do they get to go, and how much notice, and I'm just off the top of my head, things like that. So, I mean, it sounds like you're not going to be able to do that in a day. Dylan Deckard thinks Iran wants to talk more and Trump will agree to another extension. Hypno Penguin says it has to be a ground war. They will never agree. Noel Gilliland says, with a bad agreement, we will be back in 1 year or less. James Foster says that will be the art of the stall. West Coast dude thinks it's going to be gloves off soon. I don't know why I zoomed in so much here. Sorry. I was all zoomed in. Martinez Mechanical thinks Trump will actually absolutely not agree to a ceasefire extension. Guys, the ceasefire's on Wednesday it ends. Maybe we'll do one more poll. Whether Trump will agree to a ceasefire extension. Jay Jalapa thinks he will agree to one on Tuesday. Karen Brazel says he will let us know around 3 a.m. Will Trump extend ceasefire beyond Wednesday? Yes or no? Ceasefire ends Wednesday. All right, I'm posting that poll question. Obsidian thinks there will be a 2-week extension. The thing is, though, I mean, this is not something where President Trump could. I think that, well, he could, but, you know, reasonably speaking, there's only so long you're going to be keeping all these troops out there. I can't imagine it's going to be months and months of just, you know, kind of the same thing. I guess it could be, but I have a hard time believing, you know, that it's 2 months from now, it's going to be still, we're still negotiating with them and things are basically the same. Huckleberry says he's on that 60-day timer. Well, from the as we've talked about, the War Powers resolution basically gives him 90 days to get troops home without if he doesn't have congressional approval. But I think we're already at about 50 something, maybe 50, 51. Which doesn't leave you that much time. If you're talking about a 90-day deadline, you're talking about maybe, you know, less than 6 weeks. Tattoo thinks there's no way he will extend it. Let's let's just see what you guys had to say. After you thought about it. Black Cat thinks Congress will approve. I mean, that's another thing that could happen is Congress could decide to, but I don't know if that's true. Is it only majority needed in Congress to declare war? Wouldn't you need a 60 in the Senate? Because of the filibuster? Oh, I'm sorry. I just looked it up. A declaration of war. There is the filibuster, right? Well, I don't know for sure. I'm looking at Gemini AI, and it seems to be suggesting it's a declaration of war. Because of the filibuster, you need 60 votes. Anyways, let me show you the poll. By the way, poll results. I got to get to the poll results. Wait a second here. Poll results. Sorry. We're split. Will Trump extend ceasefire beyond Wednesday? 55% say no, 45% say yes. On Facebook, by the way, it's 76% no, 24% yes. How about Twitch? %62% no, 38% yes. Seiya thinks it will not be prolonged. One of our viewers said an authorization of military force. But is that the same thing? Isn't that? Do you still need 60 votes? Get it past a filibuster? Now, I don't know if this is true. Gemini AI is claiming for an authorization of military force, you would still need the 60 votes because you got to avoid the filibuster. I don't know for sure, though. Steve in Exile says he needs to wrap it up well before midterms to let economy start cooking. The other thing is, there's a very interesting aspect of this, which is, thanks for voting in the poll, by the way. So 56% said no, he will not extend it on YouTube. 59% said no, he will not extend it on Twitch. And 73% said no, he will not extend it on Facebook. Again, the War Powers resolution, he can basically get 30 extra days by signing a letter saying something like the 30 days are needed to bring the troops home safely. My understanding is he basically has 90 days before he needs congressional authorization. So roughly 40 more days. That's my understanding. Although he would have to sign a letter to get the next 30 days, I guess in the next 9 days, I think. If he cares enough, if he even bothers to do it. Oh, what I was going to say is, if Iran thinks that President Trump is going to face pressure to just end this thing, right? That's not going to make them, they're not going to want to rush to make concessions. If you're Iran and you think President Trump really wants to get this deal done fast, then you might think, well, if we keep waiting, he's going to get more. He's going to need to just do anything to get it done. I'm not saying they're thinking that, but they could think that. Tui says the world just wants the oil and gas. Nothing else matters. I mean, obviously, I'm sure Iran is not happy that they can't sell their oil right now, and that's costing them a lot of money every day. But Amr says Iran can't wait that long. They will need to shut down their oil wells by next week and lose 10 to 15% of what the well could have generated due to water contamination. Yeah, people have said stuff like this in the chat and stuff. I just haven't seen this. Again, several Gulf countries already had to reduce their production of oil. I believe Iran could do the same thing. We talked about this at length. I'll have to do more research on it. But from what I've read, I have not read. I've read multiple articles on this, and it says that the big issue with shutting down your oil production or reducing your oil production is that it can take a long time to start up. But I've seen online some dire predictions saying that they will have permanent damage to their oil production if they have to reduce production, and I don't. When I've looked at the articles myself, I haven't seen that. I just don't see evidence for that. And I didn't see that for the countries. Iraq reduced their oil production. I believe Kuwait did. A number of countries have reduced their oil production because they couldn't get their oil out. They haven't been able to get it out of the Gulf for weeks. So I'd be careful with if you see these dire predictions that somehow Iran's oil industry is going to be permanently, grievously damaged if they have to reduce production. I just haven't seen that. And I'm open to it. Feel free if you have a reliable source that says that. I'd love to see any article you have. I'm not picking on the particular viewer because it keeps getting brought up and I see it online, but I don't know where these things are coming from. I read a lot about this war, and I really do think if there was some hard deadline approaching, which would absolutely, by which time, if Iran does not, end what's going on, and if Iran can't fully produce, and if there's some hard deadline which would enormously damage Iran's oil production permanently, I really think we'd be hearing about that more. And I just don't see it. I just don't see it discussed. President Trump's schedule tomorrow is, I will show you. It is 8 a.m. executive time. That's on his schedule pretty regularly. 1:30 p.m. policy meeting. 3 p.m. signs executive orders. That is the schedule, in case you were wondering. By the way, there was an article in Reuters 4 days ago which said Iran can withstand a complete halt in oil exports of up to 2 months before being forced to curb production, analysts said. One consultancy, FGE Nextant ECA, estimates around Iran has about 90 million barrels of available onshore crude storage capacity out of a total capacity of roughly 122 million barrels. And they said Iran can sustain current production for roughly 2 months without exports, extendable to around 3 months with a modest 500,000 barrels per day production cut. Another firm assumes less available onshore storage. And under that scenario, Iran could maintain current export levels for about 16 days before storage capacity runs out. So it's not clear how much storage capacity they do have. The Financial Times had a whole article about 4 days ago called Iran Faces Halt to Oil Production Within Weeks If U.S. Blockade Succeeds. And I don't believe the article at all talks about any kind of significant permanent damage to Iran's production if they have to halt oil production. What they do is they say it is generally seen as better to restrict output early rather than shutting fields entirely due to the risk of long-term damage to reservoirs. So what they're saying is that Iran would have the option, instead of shutting off production, to just cut production. And you're still producing, you're just producing less. So they do mention that there. I think that's the only mention in the article. Omer says that's the damage I was referring to. That's what Omer says. If I see more about it, we can talk about it in the future. I'll be on the lookout for it. Fact or Fiction says, how do you change the minds of millions of people in Iran who only wish death to the U.S. and Israel? Now, that's not everybody in Iran. That's what Fact or Fiction says. Maybe Fact or Fiction, what Fact or Fiction is suggesting is that Iran will be a problem for a long time for the U.S. Daniel Lombard thinks other countries that sell oil in the region are going to get really upset pretty soon, like Iraq and Kuwait. Hey, look, I mean, this is really impacting a lot of countries in the region. You know, there was just a story today. There's a story today in the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal reports that the UAE has opened talks with the U.S. about obtaining a financial backstop in case the Iran war plunges the oil-rich Persian Gulf state into a deeper crisis. They say the UAE is concerned that the war could inflict major damage on its economy and its position as a global financial hub, including scaring away investors who once saw it as a stable and secure place for their money. They've had damage to their energy infrastructure. They can't sell oil using tankers in the Strait of Hormuz. So that is something that Iran might think that over time might get more, the U.S. might have more and more pressure from countries like that. It's possible. Flip My Bit says, great, yeah, we really need to bail out the foreign oil companies. Let's see. I think Ninja Baseball Batman says the UAE and Saudi Arabia will completely collapse. Saudi Arabia is still selling a bunch of oil, but out of the Red Sea, though, not the Persian Gulf. I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close to that time. Now people can yell at me for saying that. But yeah, I don't really have many updates at the moment. So, I mean, obviously a lot's going to happen. I still don't know if there's going to be peace talks starting on Tuesday. We still don't know if Iran is going. We have no idea if Iran's going. I mean, it's been nighttime there. Maybe they're very well in the coming hours. There could be all kinds of updates. Hey, you know, if there's huge news, we can come back on the air, obviously. Yeah, Nev says 39 minutes for the Indian market. No, I think at this point, I think we've reached a point where it's time. But again, I'll be keeping an eye out. Maybe we'll be covering peace talks in a day or two. Hey, thanks, Will Smith. Will Smith says, by the way, I owe thanks to IndyCar, the Bearded Texan. I'm sorry about this. Motivational Living and Will Smith. Will Smith says Trump shows Iran he is weak by extending deadlines. That's what he said. IndyCar says the U.S. must stay out of any regime change. Yet Israel needs the regime change. Without people retaking the nation, the war will not end. Thank you, IndyCar. The Bearded Texan thinks it's the most pointless war ever. Thank you, the Bearded Texan. Motivational Living thinks Trump will extend the ceasefire. And Iran will keep playing with Hormuz. And after a few years, they will finally reach a fragile agreement when the cycle continues. That's what Motivational Living thinks. Oh, I missed I'm sorry. I didn't think I thanked. Hold on a second here. You know, I didn't think. I'm sorry. I got this. I really messed up. I didn't think a couple more people. I never thanked Captain Jerry Donnelly before, who said civilian merchant mariners being shot at just doing their jobs. What next? Downing cargo planes? Captain Jerry Donnelly, thank you. I never thanked Captain Jerry Donnelly. I never thanked Jax Homer, who says, do you know if all U.S. ships have arrived yet? No, I don't know if all U.S. troops and ships that are coming have arrived yet. I don't know. I believe most of them have, but I don't know for sure. Thank you, Jax Homer. The Marines that worked on, that helped, that took over the ship today apparently arrived in March. The Marines who arrived, they're from Okinawa, they came in March, and they reportedly were the ones who took over the ship today. I never thank Caddy Connie for subscribing, and I never. Sorry, Christopher's. I'm sorry. I really dropped the ball on thanking people. The other thing, Christopher Severs, thank you. And Christopher asked about G Summer. We talked about G Summer a couple times. G Summer says that Christopher Severs says G Summer is headed for the blockade, and as a sanctioned Chinese shadow fleet tanker, it could get interesting if they test the blockade tomorrow. So we talked about several ships that Institute for the Study of War said that in theory would be violating the U.S. blockade, but have not been stopped yet, and are heading towards or near the blockade line, or in some cases past the blockade line. So regarding G Summer, I don't know that. I guess I can show you where it is, but that passed through the strait in the past day. It is a tanker. It is under the flag of Angola. It's currently in the Gulf of Oman. Its destination is Sri Lanka. There it is right there. Actually, G Summer is now past the blockade line, because the blockade line is, oh no, the blockade line is here. It's not past it. The blockade line is here. But yeah, I mean, so it's a good question whether any of these ships, whether the U.S. is going to stop any more ships. I mean, it's already made 25 ships turn around, but is it going to seize any more ships? I'm not sure myself if G Summer is sanctioned, but it very well might be. I'm not familiar with them, but oh, hold on a second. Sea Trade Maritime News claims it was sanctioned. Oh, it was sanctioned. No, I don't know. Anyways. I searched the OFAC sanctions list and I didn't see it, but I maybe searched wrong. Anyways, I don't know if it is or it isn't, but yes, we will certainly be keeping an eye on whether other ships not only are told to turn around, but whether any of them are boarded or attacked, or both. I assume if they're attacked like today, they're going to be boarded as well. But thank you. I'm sorry, Christopher Severs, it took me so long to get to that. I forgot to thank a bunch of people in the last part of the broadcast. Totally my fault. And I never thanked Big Dog. I owe Big Dog Gaming a thank you too. Big Dog Gaming, thank you too. Anyways, so we're going to keep covering this and bringing you updates. And again, stuff can happen at any time. Who knows when new big things will happen? We can always come back on the air. And bring you more coverage. But I really appreciate you watching, and thanks so much for everybody who's been sending updates and making comments and asking questions and writing in the chat. I will also be posting on my X account about stuff at Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking developments. And we cover all kinds of live breaking news here without an agenda, Agenda-Free TV. So if you want, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda-Free TV. And I would highly recommend turn on the notifications, because I never know when there's going to be new big news and I'm going to come on the air and cover it. But you can get sent a notification before we go live every time, so you don't miss a stream and know when we're on the air. But we have a free notification system that we set up that works really well, and the mods will post a link to sign up for the notifications in the chat, and you can also find that link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. So I would highly recommend sign up for the notifications. And also, what was I going to say? Huge thanks to our moderators. Let's shout out our moderators. They are awesome. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. They keep things respectful and civil in the chat. And they're always there keeping things under control. Huge thanks. Ruth over there on YouTube, and Debbie. Thank you, Debbie, and Haley Girl, and Roberts May Queen, and all of our other YouTube moderators. Huge thank you so much. On Twitch, our moderators over there as well. Good Luck Duck, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and all of our other Twitch moderators. Thank you. Paul Anderson and Kay Lowry Body and Shannon Davis Hughes, and over there on Facebook, Andrea Holder. Thank you. Hang on a moment here. And hold on a second here. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X. Thank you so much to all of our moderators. Thanks also to everybody who supports the channel. Really appreciate it. So many people tonight supported the channel. It's so kind of you. That's what allows the channel to exist. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for allowing this channel to be. Speaking of which, thanks again to Motivational Living and PVP. Can I cover some Epstein files? It's a bit off topic right now. If there's some huge news developing, I'm open to covering it, though, PVP. Thank you. Also, Zero Dawn. Thank you so much, Zero Dawn. That's really nice of you. Motivational Living says, I don't think Trump expected Iran would bomb the surrounding Arab countries and block the strait. Iran will now keep using Hormuz as leverage. Maybe we'll get some more information soon about the ship that was attacked and seized We really didn't hear anything new after the first report by CENTCOM. Thank you so much, Eric Louie, for your support. Thanks, Eric. Hey, also we do have a chat on Discord. We have a chat. You can chat for free with other viewers. We're not on the air. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. The Discord chat. Check out the Discord chat. It's free. It's the same link as the free notifications link. Huge thanks to our Discord mods who help out on Discord too. Also, if another good way to find out when we're live, if you are on X, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there whenever before we go live, and then I also post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Also, for those on YouTube who watch us there, turn on the YouTube notifications. I recommend that too. Another way to find out when we are live streaming. Oopsie, what did I just do? Hold on a moment. Now I got to do something. One moment, please. Yeah, give me 2 seconds here. I need 8 seconds. I need about 8 seconds. Can you give me 8 seconds? 8 to 10 seconds. Hold on. Thank you. Okay, where was I? I was going to tell you about the YouTube notifications. Really quick. Yes, for YouTube notifications, you need to subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you already subscribed to the channel, make sure you have the bell checked and you've chosen all notifications so you get the notifications. Ring bell and hit all says, yes, that's what Ruth says, exactly. Hey, I want to shout out some more folks here, like our Facebook subscribers, like Diane Allworth and Dolly Clark, Kristen McConnell Gates. Thank you. All of our other, Martha Crawford, all of our other subscribers over there. Susan Priest Buchner, K. Larry Body, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. All of our subscribers there, our Twitch subscribers like Tech Slug and Seed Music, IDD Pag SR, Wall Street, Wisco Joe, Jack's Animals, CC, Hugh J, Simp Nasty Scrimp, thanks for subscribing. Mongol Mama. All of our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much. And, oh, thank you, Mara Scott, who says, see if they're at max capacity for their holding tanks. Yeah, I just read an article about that, Mara, a few minutes ago. I read an article from Reuters on the air. I talked about how there's different estimates about how much storage they have left. One estimate was like 2 weeks. One estimate was a couple months. We don't know exactly. But thank you so much, Mara Scott. I assume you're talking about Iran and their oil holding tanks. Thank you, Mara. Really appreciate it. And what else did I want to mention? Oh, our YouTube members. Haruna Q, thanks for being members. All of our members on YouTube. Roy, thanks for being a member. Roy1822, Levacious, Leviticus, Lisa Sawyer, Maureen Green, CAC, Patricia Grace, Gregory Scherer, Marisol DeVille, Platinum Dose, Evelyn in Maine, Turned Off. Did I say CAC? Eric Johnson, Patricia Grace, Joseph S.A. Thank you, Paula Faust, Bunker Buster. All of our other members over there. Dougie Fresh, Sloppy Joe, Jongy. Thanks, Bubbles, for watching. Oh, I should check oil again. Last oil check. I see Brent at about 95, up about 5% today, and WTI US crude about 89, up about 6% today. Oh, thanks so much. Maureen Green gave 10 people memberships. Thanks so much, Maureen. Make sure you thank Maureen if she gave you a membership. 10 new members. Thanks to Maureen Green. Thank you. Thanks for watching PezCore. Paula Thompson, thanks for watching. And Judy Fishaw, thank you for watching. Romy Na, thanks for watching. Robert Law, thanks for watching. Karen Horvath as well. And Melissa Terry, thank you for watching. Jasmine Beatty as well. Michelle Batten, thank you. Jorts, thank you. Z Happy Camper, thank you. Lot, thank you. All right, guys, we are wrapping up this stream. Again, I will keep an eye on things. If there's huge news, I will come back on the air. And again, we still do not know if Iran is going to peace talks. We still don't know. But if we cover this tomorrow, maybe we'll be watching the vice president's plane. If it's trackable. All right, guys, that is it for now. Hey, thanks, Tony Perez, No Gilliland, everybody else for watching. Karen Braze, thanks for watching. All right, so wrapping it up now. Again, thanks for joining our coverage. Really appreciate you being here today. Thanks again to all of our mods, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.